on Twitch.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much.
We're good? Great.
Today,
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for being here today. It's a lovely Friday evening. Thank God it's Friday. And we're going to have a great time together this evening. Thank you very much for being here. And I want to thank you especially. I'm talking about those of you on TikTok. Thank you for 20k likes. This is fantastic. I've got to share. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Yemo Knight, Ibo Jinodu. I'm reading your comments right now. It's quite interesting. Thank you, Jakes man. Thank you, and everyone who has also. I'm seeing names here, but thank you very much for liking the live. All right, I really do appreciate it. Philip, thank you. All right, thank you so much for 20.5k likes. Please don't stop. Omoba Eko. Good afternoon, sir. Please let's click on the heart icon up here if you're on TikTok and click on it. Join the team. If you're not a member, join. If you are, please just drop a heart me, drop a like, drop what else? Drop gift. We know how TikTok works. When we drop those things, the algorithm puts the live on the FYP. So let's do that together. Ray Charles, I hope you're not the Ray Charles, you're another Ray Charles. Thank you very much for being here. Good evening. All right. I'm just going to check the other platforms to be sure we're good, and then we can get started. We have a fantastic session tonight, and I'll see how we're going to combine two different time periods in Nigeria's history, but I'm sure we're going to have a great time. But while we're getting ready, please let's power tap. I mean, we're already doing it without me saying it, so I'm just saying, just in case someone new is coming in. But I really do appreciate this. I mean, it's quite nice. Python Lee, good evening. Thank you very much for being here. All right, I see people on Facebook. Good evening, everybody. Thank you, folks on YouTube as well. We're also streaming on X and on Twitch. And it's a delight to be with you. So we're gonna have a great time. I was reading something while the music was playing, and I'm gonna make sure that we use that as well. Try and get some stuff ready. Please just keep our tapping. Healing and grace. I think we're going to start on a somber note. Yesterday was it yesterday or Wednesday? It was Wednesday. We played Adekunle Gold's music and Simi, and we're celebrating the birth of their son and of their twins. And may God keep them and may they grow old. And God bless the family. Essentially, the opposite is the case this evening. The president actually put out a message earlier to commiserate with Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. Okay, and I'm even looking at the report on the BBC about the loss of a child. It's quite sad. I'm just going to read two stuff on that. First, the BBC report, and then I'll read the president's message. BBC: Nigerian author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie devastated by death of young son. One of Nigerian author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie's toddler twins has died. Her family has confirmed. An official family statement said that the 21-month-old boy, Nkanu Nnamdi, who the novelist had with her husband, Dr. Ivara Isege, died on Wednesday after a brief illness. Issued on behalf of the family by Omaomi Ogbe, the statement said they were devastated by this profound loss and thanked well-wishers while also asking for privacy and prayers. Award-winning US-based writer Adichie is known for works including Half of a Yellow Sun, American, and a 2012 TED Talk and essay, We Should All Be Feminists, which was sampled by Beyonce on 2013 song Flawless. I'd like to read, even here in the BBC article, it mentions that Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu. Okay, let me just go back a bit. It mentions that Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu is among those to have expressed his condolences, saying no grief is devastating as losing a child. Adichie, 48, had her first child, a daughter, in 2016. In 2024, her twin boys were born using a surrogate. All right, let me read what the president said. This is from President Bola Tinubu. With a deep sense of grief, I condole with Ms. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, her husband, Dr. Ivara Isege, and the entire family on the passing of their son, Nkanu Nnamdi. As a parent himself, who has suffered the loss of a loved one, no grief is as devastating as losing a child. The president empathizes with the family at this difficult time and mourns this sad loss with them. Mr. Adichie is a literary icon who has brought joy and light to many homes globally, and I pray she and her family find strength in the Almighty in this trying hour. My prayers are with the family. Bola Tinubu, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, that's a bit sad. May God comfort the family, particularly Chimamanda and her husband. All right. One second, please. All right, that's that about that. It is well. A few days ago, another person also lost her life, and she was, I think it was last week that happened, and then she was laid to rest yesterday. There was she was laid to rest, and then yesterday there was an event. I don't know if the event happened yesterday, but it was reported yesterday. Right. The person's name is Olwell Ademola. She's an actor. She's a Yoruba actor who lost her life. I think it was just before the new year or around that time. And they had an event for her yesterday, and it was quite nice to see people celebrate her life the way they did. All right. It is well. Things like this happen. May God keep you, may God protect you and your family, and may God comfort those who have lost their loved ones. Okay, let's move away from that somber mood to something a bit. I wish I could just play music right now, because everywhere just calm. The Bible says we should rejoice with those who rejoice and mourn with those who mourn. So it's okay to acknowledge these things. All right, Egbon Rajigi. I don't know if you heard about the news of a Yoruba lady who is a traditional worshipper living in Ilorin, and how her house was burnt down. I didn't speak on it because I was trying to see where the whole thing was going. Anyway, she was in the news recently, and she had this to say. She said it in Yoruba, but well, I'll just give you like a summary. I want you to listen to this lady. So what happened really was that before the Christmas and New Year festivals, I think before the New Year festival, she traveled out of Ilorin, and then before she returned, the house was burnt down. And she said that certain Muslims, let me see if I can find you so I can listen to both instead of me explaining. But I'll keep talking while I look for it. That certain Muslims, right, had written to her in the community saying that they don't want traditional worshippers in that community. And, you know, she traveled, and then by the time she got back, it was burnt down. So apparently the house was burnt down. It's like you know. So essentially it's looking like there's religious motivation for this arson, and it's really terrible. I want you to listen to what she said the first time it happened, and then what she said recently. And I'm going to tell you something that the Kwara State Police Command said after this first video. Then we'll listen to the second video. Okay, so let's take a listen to the woman. Please keep our tapping on TikTok. Thank you very much. And also, if you're on TikTok, click on the heart icon above me here and join the team. Drop a gift. Let's push the live to the FYP together. If you're on YouTube, on Facebook, on X, thank you for being here. Please like the live and share as well. Thank you very much. All right, let's start with this lady.
Ẹgbà wá o ṣé ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ni kíyàn tó máa ràn yàn lọ́wọ́ ni? Ẹgbà wá o, ìrànlọ́wọ́ ní
ìjọba Nàìjíríà ẹgbà mí o, nísàlẹ̀ kókò àwọn community ló pè mí, á ní àwọn aláǹfààní àwọn òfẹ́ tẹ̀sẹ̀ nísàlẹ̀ kókò ẹbí ìbá ti ìṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ kalẹ̀ àwọn wà sún lèmi níná. Mo sì lọlé ọdún, wọ́n sọ tán ni mo lọlé ọdún lọ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ nílùú mi ní í ṣe ńlẹ̀ yìí o, ìlú mi ni mo ti ń sọdún mi. Mo mọ̀ lọlé mọ̀ ní màyọ eléyìí darí mọ̀ ní àpè mi lánàá pé létí ń jóná ó ti lọ́nà sílẹ̀ mi o. Ẹ̀yin ọmọ Nàìjíríà ẹ gbà mí o. Ẹ gbà mí o. Ẹ gbà mí ọmọ Nàìjíríà ẹ gbà mí o. Àwọn community ni ó lọ bá àwọn community ló pè mí pé wọ́n fẹ́ sunlé mi o. Ẹ ṣàánú mi ẹ gbà mí ọmọ Nàìjíríà ẹ ṣàánú mi o. Ẹ ràn mí lọ́wọ́ ẹ gbà mí, ẹ má jẹ jìyà igbé o. Ẹ má jẹ jìyà igbé ẹ gbà mí o, ẹ má jẹ jìyà igbé o. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin oníṣẹ̀ṣe ẹ dìde o. Ẹ dìde nísàlẹ̀ kókò ni o. Ẹ ṣàánú mi o. Ẹ ṣàánú mi ẹ wo bí ẹ ti ṣe mi o. Ẹ wo bí adé ọdún mi lọ́wọ́ ní ọ̀sán ẹ tẹ̀lé mi tó lé fún mi lẹ́bi o. Ẹ ṣàánú mi kò sí náà o. Yóò ní náà lé o. Yóò ní náà lé wọn tọ́jú sílẹ̀ mi ni o. Ẹ sì ọmọ Nàìjíríà ṣàánú mi. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin oníṣẹ̀ṣe ẹ̀yin ìbílẹ̀ dìde o. Ẹ méjì kí ìyá jẹ mí gbé o. Bí ìyá bá ti jẹ mí gbé ẹ̀yin tá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ojú tì yín o.
All right, so the Police Force Public Relations Officer, CSP Benjamin Dane, put a statement out some days ago. This was days ago, but something I think it's important to mention this before listening to the next video. Kwara State Police Command press release: police investigate suspected arson attack in Ilorin. 3 suspects were arrested. The Kwara State Police Command is aware of a video circulating online. The video depicts an elderly woman saying her place of residence was completely razed by fire. The command has commenced thorough investigation into the fire incident suspected to be an act of arson at Isale Koko area, Ilorin. On 2nd January 2026, at about 10 p.m., a resident, Mrs. T.E. Olorisha, reported at C Division, Ojaoba, that her house was set ablaze by unknown persons. The incident was said to have occurred on 1st January 2026 at about 7 p.m. while she was away. All right, so, I mean, she's 58 years. Sorry. The people that came around to speak, one of them, the people that were alleged, let me just read it. The complainant alleged that she had received threats in November 2025 from some individuals, including Alhaji Saliu Saka, 63 years, Alhaji Abubakar Saliu, 58 years, and Alhaji Yekini Olontele, 67 years, allegedly over religious differences, as she is a traditional worshipper. All three suspects are currently in police custody, aiding investigations. All right, now that we have that cleared up, let's listen to the new development. Take a listen to the woman.
ẹ̀yin ọmọ nàìjíríà ẹ gbà mí o ẹ gbà mí ẹ ràn mí lọ́wọ́ lérí ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń bẹ ńlẹ̀ yìí o torí mo gbọ́ pé wọ́n ti fi hàn lẹ̀ o ẹ má jẹ́ kí ìyà yìí jẹ mí gbé o ẹ dákun torí ọlọ́run mi èè tàrájú ká mi èdè léèyàn o ilé mi ní ti á pè mí lẹ́jọ́ yà á sí ọ̀sẹ̀ nínú oṣù kọkànlá tàbọ̀sẹ̀ ìnáwó tí mo fẹ́ lè ṣe ọdún ọ̀tún mi tí mo fẹ́ lè ṣe lé ní ọmọ agbẹ́yangí ẹ̀kínì ló rán ọmọ rẹ sí mi pé wọ́n pè mí ní community o mo lè bá nílé agbẹ́yẹnjú mo bá gbogbo àmẹ́sàn náà bá lérí ìjòkó torí mo kà ní akíní tán mo fi hàn tán mo ti tó sí o lákídáre kí máa fi hàn fẹ́ sọ ọmọ mi bíbí inú mi ń jẹ́ dàní pé kí máa gbọ́ àwọn ìtọ́jú pé hàn pa tó wá bá hàn pé kí hàn sọ fún mi pé lè fẹ́ tẹ̀sẹ̀ o lè fẹ́ tó ń jẹ́ tẹ̀sẹ̀ ní gbogbo ìlú Ìlọrin mọ́ pé ebí gbọ́ pé wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ lérí àwọn ọlọ́ọ̀sùn pé hàn ìfọlọ́ọ̀sùn má ní tẹ̀sẹ̀ mọ́ pé a ní kí à kìlọ̀ fún mi fún kí ni a ní mò ń ṣe a ní àǹfààní a ní ìfẹ́ ọlọ́ọ̀sùn òṣìfẹ́ nítẹ̀sí ọ̀dà èmi tí a ń bẹ nísàlẹ̀ kókò ti pẹ́ aláfààní a bá fẹ́ sọrú ẹ̀ ẹni kó wá yọjú sí mi mo fẹ́ rí aláfà yẹn kájọ sọ̀rọ̀ a ní sáláfà lè mé màá wá ká ni àtẹ̀mí fẹ́ gbọ́ níta àwọn fẹ́ bá mi sọ tí ì bá sì farabalẹ̀ ìdáàmú pé yẹn ti fẹ́ lé mi ti pẹ́ àti pé mi ò kọ́lé nìyẹn ti lé mi kò ní àlẹ́ kókò rí mo á rìnrìn mo mi rí bá fẹ́ nìyà tó lè lé mi kó nísàlẹ̀ kókò ó wí nítorí tọ́lọ́hún tó àáfààyàn ọmọ mi mọ́ wọlé mílíọ̀nù kakún ní sùúrù kí n gbọ́ tí wọ́n fẹ́ wí ẹni aláàjì kan ti dìde pé tó à ń gbọ́ tí wọ́n fẹ́ sọ fún ọ tí wọ́n bá jólí ẹ̀ tí wọ́n bá ti sọ náà sí bọ́ọ̀kù nísàlẹ̀ kókò ìyẹn ìjọ̀kó sí mi èmi á fẹ́ lọ́mọ arákùnrin ọmọ mi kí kú mọ́ lọ́mọ ọlọ́pàá tó ń bẹ lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ mi òun náà mi kì í filẹ̀ pé kí n mẹ́sùn wọn sun ọ̀gá ni tó jẹ́ ẹni tí mo fẹ̀sùn sùn tí ọ̀rọ̀ bá ṣẹlẹ̀ tí mo ti pe ọ̀gá nù torí nọ́mbà ọ̀gá yẹn wà lọ́wọ́ mi ní à ń pè ní orúkọ Abasaidi ní à ń jẹ́ ọmọlómọ̀ ni tó jẹ́ ìtàdílé ọkọ mi kó mọ̀ fọ̀rọ̀ ògùn tá a ṣàlàyé sí ó sì pè wọ́n lójú ẹsẹ̀ lójú mi náà ló ti pè wọ́n pé ìyá tẹ̀ ń kojú sí ìwọ̀n ẹ má dá wàhálà alẹ́ o ẹ bá dá wàhálà alẹ́ agbára yẹn ò ní ká o torí ìyá tí wọ́n pe gbogbo àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe lérí ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ tó ń bi ìyá òsì kí ìyá mọ̀ pé àwọn ẹnìkan kan kí mọ̀ torí ọ̀rọ̀ mọ̀ torí ìyá sẹ̀ o pé torí wàhálà ń bẹ́lẹ̀ tí àwọn èsì fẹ́ kí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ti ṣe pé dùgbẹ̀dùgbẹ̀ tó ń fi ti ṣe pé ọ̀dọ̀ mi ló ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ tí èsì ẹ̀ mọ̀ pé gbogbo tí wọ́n fẹnu sọ àti wọ́n farapamọ́ pé lọlé ọdún ni kò lọlé ọdún tán ọ̀hún wá ọ̀mọ̀ ní àlọ́tọ́ náà sílẹ̀ mi gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ Nàìjíríà ṣàánú mi gbogbo oníṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ṣàánú mi gbogbo lórìṣà ẹ dìde o torí mò ń gbọ́ pé wọ́n ti sí ìhànlẹ̀ o mò ń gbọ́ pé wọ́n ti yọ wọ́n pò níbi wọ́n ti hàn máa ń tàn mí o wọ́n ti ń tàn mí síwájú omi ìgbọ́bọ̀ ọkọ̀ mọ́ o mò ń kun yálé sùn lásọ kan ń wọ̀ káre o bí ewèrè ẹbí àpò ẹ̀sánú mi ẹ gbà mí o gbogbo dúkìá mi ní alálàsé o tẹ̀ràntẹ̀ràn mi lójó mọ́lé gbogbo tẹlifíṣàn kí ní omi tútù yẹn máa mára tútù gbogbo ẹni ọjọ́ o kéètì ẹ̀mọ̀wé mo ní làákàyè kí ní ọrùn mi bẹ́ẹ̀ yánṣàn ṣe jàǹbá òmí báwọn tán náà ṣe jàǹbá náà fẹ́ lu ọpọlọ Ìlọrin lémi lérí ẹ̀yin ilẹ̀ á lè gbà mí ẹ̀yin oníṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ lè gbà mí ẹgbẹ́ ẹ̀yin ilẹ̀ lè gbà mí ẹ̀ lè ràn mí lọ́wọ́ torí lè mọ bí òun lè ságbà lẹ́yìn mọ́ bá retí lè bá rí ẹni ẹ̀ ṣàánú mi pé àkókòrà mi kúkú kò láyé kọmọ bí mi èyí máa fojú rí yìí mo rí ẹ̀dá pẹ́ ṣàánú mi.
All right, that was actually quite emotional, and I think, I don't know if the reports are true, and she also is not saying categorically that they've released those people. She's just saying that she heard that has happened. So we're not really sure, and we're hoping that that's not the case. So we don't have a situation in Nigeria where anybody can just do anything and get away with it in the name of religion. And this is what we're saying about extremist views and people just going overboard in the name of, oh, this is the religion we want to have in this place. I don't think that's how things should work, to be honest. Nigeria is not a religious space. We don't have a theocracy here. This is a secular state. People can believe whatever they want to believe. And I've said it before, it would be nice to have everybody do one religion. Like, I'm a Christian now, I would love for everybody to be Christians. But even if you want to do that kind of thing, it's mostly, well, as a Christian, your job is to pray and preach, not to force people. I don't know where people got this idea from, where you have to tell people what to do. Like, you're not their God. What makes you think that they have to serve your God just because you said so? This is the extremist nonsense that, you know, people bandy all over the place. Say this land is Muslim land. It says who? Right? Are you saying the people in that land who are not Muslims, who are indigenous of that land, have less rights than you just because you are Muslims? Doesn't make sense. Some of the things, if your God is actually the superior God or whatever it is, that go and pray, go and, you know, go the route beyond these physical things, because it's childish when you are going to, to burn a person's house down because they don't want to worship your God. What sense is there? That doesn't make any sense. So even from a religious perspective, well, as a Christian and as a Yoruba person, it doesn't make sense. You can't force people. There is no compulsion in religion. That's one. Number two, we're really hoping that the government is doing what they have to do and that they don't sweep this under the carpet, and, you know, people just get to do whatever they want to do, and just because they have attached God to it, they get to go scot-free. I don't think that's what we should be seeing, and it's important for us to speak up on things like this, and hopefully Mama will find a sort of resolution, you know, to all of these things. I'm going to move away from that quickly. Someone says the only thing holding Yoruba Muslims back from doing jihad is the Yoruba. Well, at least you're acknowledging the Amolabi, so that's something good. Thank you very, very much. All right, let's move away from Ilorin quickly, and one second, let me get you the name of this person. It was actually a conversation that was okay. Let's play the short one. This is a man called Peter Piper. I think he's a member of LP, and he spoke on the defection of Peter Obi. And then from here, we're going to go to what's happening with Dati Ahmed, who was the vice presidential candidate to Peter Obi in Labour Party. Take a listen to this gentleman, Peter Piper.
Rex, Roy.
Obi leaving the Labour Party to the ADC. Is this a surprise to you?
Good riddance to bad rubbish.
Really?
I am not surprised at all. We saw it coming. And Dapo, I don't know if you will recall, I had once said that the trajectory of Peter Obi's political prostitution is likely to lead into his isolation. And if you will also recall on this program, I have referred to Peter Obi as not just a political prostitute, but as the architect of political prostitution in Nigeria.
But
and
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you
right now. The man started from PDP, he went to APGA, from APGA back to PDP, from PDP to Labour Party, from Labour Party, where is he today? ADC. Will you be surprised if you hear that Peter Obi is now in APC? What else do you expect? I'm not surprised.
We saw a gale of defection within the People's Democratic Party. You know, so, I mean, what makes Peter Obi's own different?
Well, Peter Obi's case is uniquely different. Why is it so unique? You will recall that the Labour Party handed Peter Obi a free ticket from 2023 to 2027, which means the party was expecting Peter Obi to build its internal structure, you know, from after the last election to 2027. And if you talk about the internal conflict within Labour Party, anyone who observed what's been going on in Labour Party will tell you that Peter Obi actually orchestrated the divisions in the Labour Party.
You are saying Peter Obi orchestrated.
Party. He was part of the Nenadi camp. Peter Obi was not neutral. He was there in the Nenadi camp. You have the footages, Dapo, and I'm sure you know that. You know, so if you talk about the internal crisis of the Labour Party, Peter Obi masterminded, orchestrated the internal crisis of the Labour Party.
Wow. They called him a political prostitute. They called him the masterminder of whatever issues they have in LP. That's a lot. That's a lot. A whole lot. And I know if there's anything coming back from that. Someone says here, I regulate Peter Obi isn't different from Atiku defection processes. At least Atiku is pulling a party together, ADC. In that regard, I think it's better. That's what I think. But to be honest, they've all defected. I want to thank Bonfire and I am Faith Dumari for the gifts. I saw the perfume and the money gun. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Please keep the gifts coming. These things help with the live. And it's good to give as well. So thank you very much for your generosity. Yeah, back to Peter Obi. So this man is saying that, you know, he's the one who orchestrated the crisis in the Labour Party. It's a huge allegation. But here's the thing. Running mate, the last election, Dati Ahmed, was on Trust TV, right? And then he had this to say about what would happen if Peter Obi had to come back to Labour Party. Now, whilst what he's saying is actually quite nice, to be honest, the thing that I'm a bit, let me not use the word worried about, but I'm concerned about is, why are you assuming that he's going to come back to LP? Is it because people already know what maybe he doesn't know, or what he doesn't want to believe, or what most Obedients don't want to believe, that the ticket to one Loluwa, there's a name on that ticket? And some people probably know this, and they're saying that if he ever comes back to LP, there's a way they're going to treat him. And this is from Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, who was the running mate to Peter Obi in the last election. Take a listen to the gentleman.
Excellency Peter Obi did not invite me to join him in ADC because everyone knows me. There are certain things you'd rather not approach me with. People know me, even while I was in parliament. And let me not distract us and go into that. Two, our personal relationships are solid. Only on the 12th, he attended the wedding in my house, in person, where I have much respect for Peter Obi. If he doesn't get the ADC ticket, come back, please. I will work for you and try to get Peter Obi the ticket in Labour. I will try and mend the ways between him and whoever are not in good terms with him. It doesn't make sense. First of all, nobody owns me. I'm my own person. When I joined in 2023, I saw us put paid to a certain burning question. Can a Southeasterner, for God's sake, be elected? Can he even be president, Federal Republic of Nigeria? That's the kind of person I am. Something challenging, something idealistic. I said yes. Since I walked away from governorship candidate, this is my worthwhile challenge, and I'll support it. I supported Peter Obi's presidency with all my heart, with all my mind. In some of our, or in most of our presidential campaigns, particularly in the north, the core northern states, as we call them, I began to make some very strong campaigns. And I said that the name of Nigeria registered in the UN is Federal Republic of Nigeria. Not as you would have it, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Islamic Republic of Iran, Libyan People's Jamahiriya, or Islamic Republic of Mauritania. At the same time, the creator of all and everything, God Almighty, after creating these countries that I mentioned, created Federal Republic of Nigeria, created the Vatican, created others, and the mix that we have in Nigeria. And then I would say that the creator of all and everything does not make mistakes. The campaign speeches are there for you to refer to. For that, I offered no apology, particularly act when you have the records, when the leading candidate then said the name of Peter Obi was not even worth mentioning. This was a huge insult. And I got to work, I fired back, I did everything. That was when they went to get two gentlemen, impersonate me online, and attack the whole of my family, who are now compensated with international appointments, which tells you that APC is actively involved in all the ungodly things that are happening. But let me come back. I was in support of Peter Obi to become the president because as at that time, that was the right thing to do. Let all of us in Nigeria answer the question, can it be done? Yes, it was done, but it was denied. It was done with my support, and I'm very, very happy to stand by it. That was 2023. This is 2027. Baba Obasanjo handed over in, being a Southerner, handed over in 2007 to late Malam Umaru, Northerner. In 2011, President Goodluck Jonathan, Southerner, was elected president after 4 years. And Peter Obi was part of the machinery of Goodluck Jonathan. Now, in 2023, late Baba Buhari handed over to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. 2027, the Northerner can be elected. And the North didn't start it. The South started it. But look, put all these things aside. I'm a Nigerian. Forget I'm from the North or South, but I am just a Nigerian.
Right.
And I'm speaking as one, because when it was time to work for the Southeast, when it was time to work for the South, I did. My records are there to stand for it. I did.
But you're not saying that that's it for you.
I don't understand your question.
Like you're no longer concerned about zoning anymore ahead of 2027?
No one respected zoning like me.
Right. So,
unless if you want me to go back and read everything for you.
I just wanted to be clear on that. So talk to me about those who have raised the concern that you staying back in Labour Party, the risk to reward ratio is not looking great for you. How can you survive isolated? It looks like you're swimming against the tide. How can you survive politically without P2B, without the obedience in Labour Party?
I survived, I did well before I met Peter Obi. I won elections before I met Peter Obi. Contrary to what people are saying, you know, of course we respect the court rulings. We obey the court rulings afterwards. You have no choice but to do that. I have never lost an election in my life. Any election that I got the ticket to contest, even the one, it was Peter Obi who was presidential candidate, not me. I have never lost an election. Swimming against the tide, what is wrong with that? Do you want the tide to carry you? Of course not. I'm not one of those lazy politicians who want to sit down and follow godfathers and use sentiments to achieve the offices they want to, and then at the end of the day, they will never do anything for the people. I will walk, I will struggle. If swimming against the tide is it, I'm prepared to do.
Right.
There is nothing wrong swimming against the tide. What is the tide? APC is not a tide. Because if without the support of the standard thing, INEC doing what they do, DSS doing what they do, and police doing what they do, and I'm not getting into trouble for that, I'm saying the facts. Without that, I will beat APC before 12 noon.
You're that confident about it?
I am confident. These are people who have not secured Nigeria in 12 years. And you think Nigerians are stupid? They're not. We're not.
Right.
I just want to quickly say something about the claim he made, not the one about APC. That's between him and APC. APC will lose before 12 noon. APC people will respond to him. I don't know how that's possible, but I mean, anything is possible, I guess. But then he said that he has never lost anything. Well, he won. He was elected to the Federal House of Representatives, Zaria Federal Constituency in 2003. In 2007, he did not run because he protested alleged issues. And then in 2011, he ran, he won. 2019, he tried to become PDP presidential candidate. He lost. Well, that was within the party primary, so, you know. And then this last election, he said he didn't lose. It was Peter Obi who lost because it was one that ran. It was not a joint ticket. They both lost now, 2022, 2023. Sorry, 2023, the vice presidential election. I think they lost that one. So when he said I've never lost, I'm wondering, so he won House of Rep, he won Senate, and then he tried vice presidency, he lost. It doesn't mean anything. Like, people, did Buhari not lose 4 times? Does that mean that he's not a good politician? But the fact that he's going to win before 12 noon, that's one. We'll wait for somebody from APC to come and respond to that. Anyway, he's saying here that if Peter Obi comes back into APC, he will do everything in his capacity to actually help him clinch the ticket again. That's what he said on Trust TV. Well, there was another interview on Channels TV, and he had something else to say. And I want you to put the two together, and then you can make up your mind what you think is actually his mindset or his thoughts as far as this whole Peter Obi thing is concerned. Please take a listen again to Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, the 2023 LP vice presidential candidate. Take a listen.
When I was doing my NYSC, Baba Atiku was an aspirant, and in 2018 we contested primaries together. In 2023 we contested again, I as a vice president elsewhere, when his vice president had left him. And for God's sake, in 2027 again. There is need for a new generation of Nigerian leaders, and they do exist. Like I said, a whole new generation are waiting for a new leader to lead them to a new party. There are good Nigerians. There are people capable of solving Nigerian problems, but they are discouraged by the expensive, difficult, treacherous system full of godfathers and bad promises to make. But there are good Nigerians who are looking for that leader to lead them to fix Nigeria's problems.
Right.
Thank you.
So
it looks like Atiku is the target of many of this obedience. Somebody even did a whole, I wish I could play it here, but I don't like playing things that YouTube will flag because of copyright. I think it was AI generated, but I want to be on the safe side. They even created this jingle and AI videos talking about why Atiku should not run and things like that. I begin to wonder if the strategy is to blackmail Atiku until he drops the ticket for Peter Obi, because again, according to this man, he's old. He was, involved with what do you call it? NYC, when Atiku first contested and Atiku is still contesting, so they want Atiku to stop contesting so like, there can be other people, like younger people. But I don't know if a person who built that party specifically for his own ambition will, put that aside for another person. If he does, that would be nice. If he doesn't, I mean, we're not expecting him to do anything more than that, to be honest. And a few more things from that before I read some of the comments on YouTube and here on TikTok. A couple of videos and then we'll go on to other things. Take a listen to that same interview, but another point he made on Channels TV. Take a listen.
Said about the ADC, for instance, where Mr. Peter Obi has moved to, because I don't see, in my view, whether he say he categorically says he's joining the coalition or he's joining the ADC as a political party. A lot of people have seen it that the man has moved, he has moved, but you can come and explain to us even much later. Tell us your view about the ADC and why you're choosing not to follow your principal, Peter Obi, in the last election to join that coalition.
Number one, I am my own person. I joined Peter Obi in 2023, like I said, to answer a burning question. I felt for the South. I felt genuinely for the other divide. I felt for where Peter Obi came from. I felt for what he stood for. And as a brother Nigerian, let me put it that way, let me suppress all other considerations and help you, help your people, help us all together to see that we answer that question affirmatively. And we did, then it was denied. So I am my own person. I had won elections. I have been doing my things before I met Peter Obi to join him to answer that burning national unity question. Two, like I have been saying, the same people who built the APC that is misruling Nigeria today are disgruntled about not having won seats in APC or receiving political appointments. Some of them went all the way to Senate screening and are taking it back now to use the Nigerian people to fight the APC. I am not that the South. I felt.
All right, so that's the man talking about why he supported Peter Obi and why he's not joining AGC, saying that those in AGC were those who built APC, and in that he may be right, but then Peter Obi is with them, so I don't know how bad they can be. Anyway, here is another part of the interview where he talked about his own ambition. At least that's what it sounded like. And then this morning he said something else, but let's listen to this bit and then I'll read you what he said earlier today. Take a listen.
The time after that, we didn't have him, and there was a vacancy for someone to lead and make such statements. I clearly stated that a party that presented evidence of winning over 10 million votes in Federal Republic of Nigeria, that party deserves respect and loyalty. Party that united genuine democratic citizens and the youth, the party deserves not to be walked away from. If this party has problems, as a leader, stay and solve it. You were meant to solve bigger national problems. So please solve those of our political party. Before he left, I had not the space. It was not my place to do that. When he left and I did not leave, that was the right time to say that I still remain in this great party that presented 10 million votes. Labour Party was one that brought me from where I am to support a southeastern candidate so that we could produce what Nigerians have been yearning for long, to answer that question. Labour Party did it in 2023. And I remain dissatisfied. I remain unconvinced by the very feeble and weak arguments presented in ADC. That is why I chose that time And I repeat, I simply declared my loyalty and the fact that I remain in Labour Party and did not declare for presidency, even though it is not wrong to do that.
So let me ask you a straight question. Are you interested in running for president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria?
Categorically, yes. 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 Remember 2018, I was a participant in the PDP presidential primaries in Port Harcourt. This is no secret whatsoever, but I'm a respecter of rules and I'm law-abiding. I'm waiting for INEC to release its timetable. I'm waiting for Labour Party to make the call, and then I'll make my move. Even before His Excellency Peter Obi aspired to presidency, I had aspired to presidency in 2018. So
I will take it that...
Atiku won.
Okay, I'll take it that we'll maybe see you on the ballot. Just a moment, sir. I want to take this response to mean that all things being equal, we may be seeing you on the ballot for the presidential ticket. So does this mean that you're sticking your guns with the Labour Party no matter how things sway in the nearest future? We just have we should be expecting that timetable in the next 2 to 3 months, depending on what the electoral amendment.
So he's interested in becoming president.
All right. So he's interested in becoming the president of Nigeria. I think he has a right to want to be president. And, but then, after saying that, we all heard what he said. So it sounded like he's interested in being president. I opened a page and I can't find it anymore. 1 second, please. It's quite interesting. I actually opened it just now. Anyway, we heard everything he said, and it sounded like he would like to be president, but he's also saying that he hasn't declared to contest for presidency in 2027, and that came out earlier today. I'm going to read something to you from Nigeria Info. It says here, Dati Baba Ahmed denies declaring for Nigeria's 2027 presidential race. Former Labour Party vice presidential nominee Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed has denied reports that he has formally declared his intention to run for Nigeria's presidency in 2027. Baba Ahmed told journalists on Friday that comments he made recently were misconstrued and did not signal a decision to contest the nation's top office. Speaking on Channels Television, the ex-Labour Party deputy standard-bearer stressed that his remarks simply reaffirmed his continued membership in the party amid ongoing discussions about its direction and leadership. He said no official announcement has been made regarding a presidential bid. Quote, "I never declared to contest the presidency, even though there could be a possibility of that happening." Are we playing football? Dribbling. Anyway, Baba Ahmed said, adding that any formal expression of interest would await a timetable from the Independent National Electoral Commission and his party's internal procedures. He also criticized misinformation circulating on social media, urging established news organizations to help stem what he described as misleading narratives. Baba Ahmed's clarification comes amid media reports that he said he would seek higher office following shifts within Nigeria's opposition landscape. I think what we can get from all of this is that he would love to be president, but he hasn't declared that he's running in 2027. That's the summary of everything. Anyway, I think we've had enough from that part of, from that side of the world, or that side of Nigerian political landscape. But still on Peter Obi, Daniel Bwala was a guest of this interesting guy. What's his name now? Nedu. And he was asked about what Peter Obi called him in an earlier interview, and this is what he said in response. Take a listen, please.
If he's a character, which means he's an actor.
Actually, of all political gladiators in Nigeria, the one who is an actor is Peter Obi. I will tell you why. They told us in movie is make believe. It is not a reality. That's what he is practicing. Okay, let me give you a good example. After the election, he lost everybody he was leading. He had House of Rep and Senators. How many are there in the National Assembly at the moment?
Almost nothing, because most of them have defected.
The only governor he had, is it the governor with him or the governor with us? Then you cascade it down to states. In fact, I have not seen one that identifies with him at the moment. All the elections he has gone across Nigeria supporting candidate, all of them failed.
But one will say they are not associating with him because of the sitting government. Because the truth is, when you're a politician, now person where they chair, now you go they navigate towards, not the person we know.
But he claims to be building a movement. A movement means you are departing from the norm. That means these people can go to Lake Chad with you. They can enter the Atlantic Ocean with you. They can grab transformer for you. But just they realize after a while that, oh, this is Jackie Chan. No, this is not actually someone with the intention to govern Nigeria.
The people that realize that are the politicians that are with him, that are using, this is what I'm thinking, that are using his platform to get what they want. Because the truth is, if I was a politician, to be quite honest with you, I'm going to be an opportunist. I see what is going on. I see that everybody's jumping on the OB bandwagon.
He's actually an opportunist in chief anyway, but go ahead.
Jesus Christ.
Do you know why? The army of Trojans that he has on social media, they attack people. They say, you're a two-faced, you change party. That's what they do every day. But when you say their master and hero has been changing party like the way a player in the Premier League is changing club every season. He started with PDP, then went to ABGA. In ABGA, he came to PDP. PDP, he went to Labour. Right now, when you hear people talk about between the devil and the deep blue sea, he's between AD and Labour.
Let's say now he's in ADC. So I think what he's saying basically is that what you're insulting others or accusing others of doing or being is literally what you're, according to him, master and hero, and I like to say your messiah, is doing. Someone says in the comment section, PO is not a threat, yet he's giving them sleepless nights. He's not giving them sleepless nights. They are talking based on what he has done. That doesn't mean you are that important. Don't flatter yourself. Let's read some things here on YouTube. Yomite says Obi knew that he won't get the ticket at ADC. His plan is to align with Atiku against Tinubu. He's not stupid as people think. He will settle for the VP. ADC is Atiku and Atiku is ADC. I agree with your last line. I'm not sure I agree with every other thing you said before that last part. I think you're right that ADC is Atiku and Atiku is ADC, but I don't know if Obi would be his vice presidential candidate. And I'll tell you, it's not because he cannot. I think he can, just like you said. But most of the people who are, who have formed the base in obedient movement have declared that if he becomes someone's vice presidential candidate, they're going to withdraw their support. Apparently, as far as they're concerned, it's either Peter Obi or nobody else. Right? I wish I could play you this song. I just don't like YouTube flagging stuff. You would have heard when they were singing songs telling Atiku to step down for him. So for them, it's either Peter Obi or no one else. So it's they want him to be president. I think what's more certain, from what I can see now, what's more certain is that Peter Obi might defect to another party in the next 3 to 6 months. It's possible, because that's if he doesn't clinch the presidential ticket in ADC, and there's a huge chance he wouldn't. He just might, who knows? I mean, it's politics. But if he doesn't, he'll most likely defect. He will most likely defect. All right, let me read some other things here before we go back to just listen to something from Dati Baba Mohammed. Oba 83 on YouTube. Good evening. Thank you very much for joining us. Good evening, Mr. Ẹkáàbọ. Thank you. He says Obi's pedigree is that of an entitled politician who parades himself as a messiah, contrary to his dismal performance as a governor. He's not a Democrat, but he wants power by any means possible. That is from Ẹkáàbọ. Thank you very much for that. Is that true? The man called him an opportunist. It's looking like that. For instance, you would expect that he would have built something with this movement that he says he has. That's what Kwankwanso did. Kwankwanso had so many people supporting him, the Kwankwasia movement, in Kano, and now it's a party, right? There's some structure to it, right? I think some people don't like structure, but I mean, it is what it is. Let's read some things here on YouTube. Jilling says he needs to make himself relevant using media and loyalty. Not knowing PO is highly an unstable leader. All right, then pay attention. Says Southeast Presidency. How? This is not nonsense. Okay, I have to read this slowly. It says Southeast Presidency. How? This is nonsensical. We are not leaving to Igbos. They got too much already. This is what I can say about that point. Nobody's microzoning any presidency in Nigeria. In fact, there's a video where Boala mentioned that microzoning thing. There is no microzoning anything to the Southeast. And even this zoning thing, it's not a Nigerian thing. It's a party thing. It's not in the constitution. It's just a gentleman agreement that started in PDP, and APC has clearly also copied it now. North, south, not northeast, northwest, north central, just north, south. Those in the north can now do what they have to do to get what they have, to get somebody to represent them. Those in the south also have to do the same thing. And I'll tell you something. You may not believe me. You may say I'm wrong. It's okay. It's your opinion. So let me share mine. By the grace of God, because it's only God that has all the power. By the grace of God, President Tinubu is going to be re-elected in 2027, right? So we'll be there till 2031. Now, from 2031 to 2039, all things being equal, most likely you're going to have a northern president. From 2039 to 2047, you're going to have a southern president. I can assure you that president will either be a southwesterner, a Yoruba person, or a south-south person. Most likely will be someone from the south-south or a Yoruba person. After that's 2047, Abi. 2047 to 2055, there will be another northerner. All things being equal, of course. Ceteris paribus, we're not God. From 2055 to 2063, it would either be a Yoruba person or somebody from the south-south. That's what's going to happen. Where are we now? 2063. What's today's date? 2026. Calculate that and see how many years you're looking at. 63 minus 26, that's 37. That's the next 37 years. Just quick map. All things being equal. If the Southeast continues the way they are doing, let them just keep acting the way they're acting. 63, another 8 years, that'll be 2071. There'll be nothing now. 2071 to 2079. It will be a Yoruba person or someone from the South-South. And the person from the South-South will not be an Igbo from the South-South. I don't think people understand what they're doing. See, the thing about it is, and this is the beauty of history. Why do we discuss history? So we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. What you are seeing is that people are acting exactly the way they acted in the 1960s. So all you have to do to know all you have to understand to know that what I'm saying makes sense is look at what happened in the past. When you see what your parents did in the past, and since 1966 to 2026, it's going to be 60 years to this year. I mean, it's going to be 60 years by July. It's going to be 60 years. That was the last time an Igbo person was leading Nigeria. We've had two leaders from Igbo land. All this thing of we've never had Igbo person is a lie. We've had two. We've had Azikiwe and we've had Ironsi. The last time you had an Igbo head of state was in 1966. It's going to be 60 years in July. Here's the question. When you study the history of Nigeria from the 1930s up until 1966, and you see what's happening right now, I'm not. When we get to it, we're going to discuss it today. We're going to discuss what happened in 1948 today. When we start discussing it, you will be shocked. No, let me put it this way. You would almost. Let me find a way to explain it this way. I want to say, I don't want to use the word shock. You'll be forgiven to think that what happened in 48, that the stuff I'm reading actually happened this month or today. The pattern has not changed. The actions are the same. Therefore, the results will be the same. If you have not had something in 60 years behaving the way you did or your parents did, and you're acting that same way, that tells me you're not going to have it in another 60 years. That's the point I'm making. It's not about blackmailing people. That's what you have done in the last 60 years. This is not a way to pull down anybody. I'm just telling you how I arrived at saying that the next 30-something years, it's going to be North Yoruba or South-South. North Yoruba or South-South. That's how it should be running. Why? Because it's not because I hate any group. It's just because you can. If you study history very well, you have foresight. You can predict. I'm not saying you will become God. God is still God. Anything can change. But based on what you are doing, if I look at what your parents did and how people responded after a while, and I see what you are doing right now, and now people are beginning to respond, I can assure you, 6 years from now, you will not smell that thing. Someone says, what about Kalabari, Edo? If your ears were working, I said South-South. South-South is not an ethnicity. There are many ethnicities in South-South. It could be a Calabar person. It could be an Ijo person. It could be without an Ijo. It could have another one. It could be an Ekwere man. It could be an Isoko man, Robo man, Bini man. It could be anybody from the South-South. Just like it could be, when you say from the north, it doesn't have to be Hausa or Fulani. It could be Kanuri. It could be Bachama. It could be Angas. It could be Doma. It could be Tiv. It's the north. And in the south, yes, it could be Bibio as well. It could be Ogoni. There also Ijos. It could be any of those ethnic groups. They did not zone presidency to ethnic groups. They didn't even zone it to geopolitical zones. It's just north, south. And that's why you discover that from the 1960s up until 1993, most of our leaders were from the Middle Belt. We'll discuss how they got it there. Of course, it was military for the most part. But the point is, when you see, again, to be clear, this is not me hating on anybody, saying you can never get something. Nobody is fighting anybody. I'm just trying to respond to what the person wrote in the comment section. That if you continue on this trajectory, I can assure you, 100 years from now, you'll still be mourning. And some of us will be around. Will I be around in 100 years' time? No. But I should be around in the next 80 years. Of course, Nigeria will be better than this by then. I mean, Nigeria will be better than this in next. It's getting better every year by the grace of God. So next year will be better than this year. Will be better than last year. 2027 will be better than 2026, and it will keep getting better every year. All right. But the point is that till some of you go back to meet your maker, you will never see anybody from a region become president. Why? You are literally doing the exact thing your parents did. Do you not learn from history? It's, you know, sometimes people come on social media, they curse people out, and I see what they're doing, especially on my platform. I see it on different platforms. And sincerely, while I feel sorry for you guys, because only if you could read, you are repeating the exact same thing. And the point is that when you do that, this is strategy. When you insult people, you insult them, and then once they respond, then you go to the next thing, which is you're a victim. Now, people sometimes will allow it. You know why? They can afford to. They will allow it. They will allow you to say what you want to say. They will just it doesn't matter. They will allow you. But the only thing you can get, you can insult them and you can claim to be a victim, but you can't get what you want. That's how you understand parenting. You are being parented, if there's any word like that. People are parenting you. You will cry, you will throw tantrums, you will insult, but you will not get what you want. And it's not because they hate you, it's because that is not the way people get things. It's babies who behave like that. A baby throws tantrums, you don't want the baby to cry anymore, so you give them what they want. When you get to a particular age in your life, I mean, many of us here are parents. If your children get beyond a particular age, say 4, 5, 6, 7, imagine you have a 7-year-old or 10-year-old or 16-year-old throwing tantrums all over the house because they didn't get what they want. As a parent, how do you treat such kids like a baby and give them. Let me just give you so I can stop. No. You says you mean all the Igbos in this administration are crying? You are the one crying, Atuche. You and people around you. The ones in this administration understand how things play. That's why they are where they are. You and yours, clearly, because you do this every day, you are crying. And my prayer is that at some point, these tears will stop. I begin to think, because there's no way people's brains only exist to produce tears. You know, people don't. You know, these tears. Sometimes the person is dry-faced, but inside, then they cry. Anyway, let's move away from that. But I'm actually serious. Study the past. You will see that you're just repeating what happened. The only difference is that now you have social media. Then it was your newspapers. You know, when people tell you that Lagos Ibadan press is the one insulting, is the one that drives propaganda in Nigeria because they own the media and things like that. I mean, to be fair, we own the media. That's propaganda. If you really want to understand how it actually worked, it worked in the hands of Azikiwe because he was running the newspaper organization that had the widest reach in Nigeria at a particular point in time. And from 1937 to the 1940s, the paper ran not until 1967 for 30 years. Baba ran propaganda badge. And he knew how to protect his people with his paper. And he knew how to demean others with that same paper. And we've read the paper. By the way, you can still read the paper. There are excerpts all over the place, even though the paper doesn't exist anymore, but at least there are excerpts from West African Pilot. The point is, whenever they say to you that Yoruba people are using propaganda, using the media to drive propaganda, they're actually telling you what their forebears did. That's what Zik did. We read some of those things on Wednesday. We're going to do some more today. But please continue doing what you are doing now. Insult everybody. Show me the law. I'm not sure. Continue. Insult everybody. Tell them their father is Kiniko, their mother is that. Once you do that enough, they will now make you president in your dreams. All right. One more thing from Baba Ahmed, and then we'll go to something else. Take a listen to the former running mate of Peter Obi in the last election, Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed. Take a listen, please.
The June 2027 salaries of public servants, especially security personnel and teachers, will be 4 times as is currently being paid. Please hear me again. Nigeria can afford it. My good friend, the police constable, the army private, the teachers that are looked down at, I think they should, and I know they should, and I am able to ensure that they will earn nothing less than 4 times what they are being paid today in June 2027. I have not left Labour Party because Labour Party won a presidential election. I have not left Labour Party because I am not satisfied with a coalition of disgruntled politicians who could not even challenge 2023 constitutional breaches. I will not leave Labour Party because of the promise it holds. All major aspirants, and I mean all, I challenge to be shown one, just one among the major aspirants, only one, that has never been in a ruling party. I am that one. I have never been in a ruling party. The records are there for you to see. And if the records of APC are that of a ruling party, I never wish to join any ruling party, except one that by God's grace, that government that we're going to form. I therefore remain a loyal Labour Party member, and I make myself available to fix Nigeria. Nigerians know the truth. Nigerians, we know the truth. Nigerians, please use the truth. Thank you very much. I am my own boss. Simple. I'm not following anybody's trajectory. I'm not stepping into anybody's shoes. Can I please remind you that before His Excellency Governor Peter Obi aspired for presidency, I aspired for presidency before him. The records are there for you to see. In October 2018, I participated in the primaries of PDP, the then PDP in Port Harcourt. And I walked to Governor Peter Obi and I said, please, can I have your vote? And he smiled at me. What a gentleman he was. And then Atiku won, and he took Peter Obi as his, as we call it, running mate. So forgive me, your question is not even relevant because it does not pertain to me. I aspired to presidency before His Excellency Peter Obi.
All right, so the person who said, he wants to be president, but doesn't know if he hasn't declared that he's going to do it in 2027, is the one telling you what he will do if he becomes president. And one of the things he said is that the police, the army, the teachers will earn no less than 4 times their current pay by 2027. People say these things and people clap, and it's okay because politicians have a way of promising you. But do we ever ask how? Where are you going to get the money from? Consumption to production. How? Then you hear go and verify, and then you clap and say, hey. When people in Nigeria can afford it, I'm asking how. Because look at our budget. Our budget not even reach the budget of some companies in the US, some states in the US. How many trillions the budget in Nigeria for 2026? Then you have somebody say, let's blow it up times 4, and we can afford it. Meanwhile, the one you have right now, you have to borrow in some cases to even push on those things because you have a mono, what do they call it, economy, where depending on only one product. By the way, I hope this also gets us into conversations about resource control going forward and actually diversifying the economy. I know that it's happening, but it has to be faster. But people say that we have all the money, we can multiply the money by 4. That would be cool. Now, before I go, I want to talk about what's happening in Rivers State. But before we go to Rivers, I'd like to play you something from Daniel Bola on another podcast. Not everything, it's quite long. I'm just going to play like 3 to 4 minutes. And when you listen to this, you'll understand some of the things I said before you listen to Dati Baba Mohammed. So take a listen to this, just like an excerpt from that interview on read the podcast. Take a listen, please. This is Daniel Bola.
I hold the view that the 2023 election contributed. Before now, we might have a lot of candidates running for presidential position, but it has always been North versus South. And then there used to be this understanding that power is zoned to the South. So anybody who is coming from anywhere running, I give you an example. In 1998 to 99 election, the G20, they called themselves that time, made a decision that it was the military that were, the northern guys were in the military.
Sorry. We'll listen to it again. I just want to respond to somebody in the comment section. Someone says, we can do better if their salary and allowances cut down. Your problem is not what the politicians are earning. It would be nice if you cut it down, but I can assure you, no matter what you cut it down, you will not be able to use that money to pay times 4 of every staff in Nigeria. We have a revenue issue. We're not making enough money. I mean, I understand the corruption part or the over-bloated, salaries that people are collecting and allowances to politicians and all of those things. Yes, you can do something about that. But to think that if you now reduce their salaries, you'll be able to use it to pay. And by the way, who will reduce that salary? The president is not a dictator. The president cannot just wake up and say, all of you, you're sorry, I'm going to slash it. He cannot, though. There's another body that is what's the word now? Empowered to do things like that. That's called CRMEFC. There's one of those parastatals that do those things. We need to increase our revenue. We have a revenue problem in Nigeria. That's the reason for all these tax laws. It's not about, I'm not saying people should continue spending money anyhow and paying politicians so much money. But the idea that if you reduce that allowance, you'll be able to now pay teachers times for what they're earning right now is a lie. It's a lie. But we'll talk about that maybe when you come up. But someone says increase military and police or teachers without thinking of others like doctors who go on strike. You cannot even increase one. You have to increase all. When did they increase? Let's not rush out of this thing. Minimum wage. How many states are paying that minimum wage? Why are they not paying it? Is it because they are paying their politicians a lot more? Nigeria has a revenue problem. Nigeria is not as rich as we think it is. Or let's put it this way, its potential. We've been talking about it. I don't know if you remember. Growing up, you hear that we have potential. Nigeria's potential is enormous. This is that. Now, potential they hear. The actual value. What happens to the solid minerals that are, mined in parts of Nigeria? What happens to the oil? How do you plug those holes? The oil bunkering. What do you do to increase revenue? That's the major issue. Not just. Stop corruption by all means, but if you want to know whether we have money, I'll look for that details. I'll look for the details for you, while this video is playing. You're going to see the difference between our budget as a nation, even with the recurrent expenditure, the capital expenditure, the entire budget of Nigeria. We'll compare it with one state in the US, so you understand. Okay, let's not even mention US. You just see it. I think it's about. Let me not. $2 trillion, $2 trillion. Yeah, I'll check. But let's listen to Daniel Bala, and then we'll check that out later. All right, let's go back to the beginning and have this.
View that the 2023 election contributed. Before now, we might have a lot of candidates running for presidential position, but it has always been North versus South. And then there used to be this understanding that power is zoned to the South. So anybody who is coming from anywhere running, I give you an example. In 1990, and that is how those guys that produced Northern, and nobody looked at their end. Nigeria had this unanimous belief that the Northern military oligarchs have been in government. This thing should go to the South. So when we went to election, even the Southwest produced Olufalaye, but it was the Northern people that overwhelmingly voted President Obasanjo. So when 2003 came, that sentiment is still there. They need to have 8 years. But there are other Northerners that came out. Nobody bought their market. By the time it came to 2007, there was the general belief that it should come to the North. Other parties produced Southern candidates, but Nigerians overwhelmingly went the Northern direction. So we used to have that movement. It was disjointed at the time when Yaradua, who came, he didn't complete the first term. Initially, they were telling Jonathan, allow another to complete the term. He said, no, it's his constitutional right. So it got distorted from then. And now, people no longer subscribe to this idea that if power is agreed to go to the South, let all political parties produce. Because I remember one of the arguments then Atiku was giving was that if you throw it open, I will run. And if you are going to zone it to the South, take it to the Southeast, because they are the ones that have not produced president. And that time, they say Wike 2 wanted. So, and if you throw it to the Southeast, you won't get. So Wike influenced that they should take it open. And that was why he contested. But in the build-up to the election, even people in PDP and other parties were saying it should go to the South. So people were looking at Asiwaju, Peter Obi, Southerners generally. This sentiment has not died down because the South has done 2 years. By 2027, the South would have done 4 years. That means there is one more term. So any candidate that will appease the masses for presidency has to be a Southern person. And Peter Obi knows that. That's why he's not backing down at the beginning, because he knows at that time he might still be a candidate of choice. But now with the new talks that they're having, that he's agreeing to be vice presidential candidate, then definitely somebody wants to cheat another person. He either wants to cheat the obedience or they didn't want to cheat him. But in this case, it is him that wants to cheat them. So this is where, so in 2023, to answer directly the question, for the first time in Nigeria, we had 3 major candidates from the 3 major tribes. So it became a tribal war. And after 2023 election, we have not been able to come together. The politics is still played around these 3 places.
Do you know what that happened? That happened because it's looking, or it seems like people of the Southeast are being cheated in this affair of the governance. Why is that? Is there something that people of the Southeast that did that is so hard? Because it was from 1999, it was Obasanjo. Yeah. Obasanjo came, and Yaradua. Yeah. Yaradua came, and Jonathan came, Buhari. It's expected that someone from the Southeast is supposed to go in that direction. What is the problem?
So I will tell you,
why is it happening like this?
One second. You know what I find funny in the question he asked? He said Nigeria's history from 1999. It's a very disingenuous way of discussing history. Nigeria did not begin in 1999. And whatever you have seen since 1999 is a product of things that happened partly before 1999. E.g., the president right now is there because of what he did before 1999. So to assume that all the conversation has started with 1999 is actually being intellectually lazy. There's a particular one I'm looking for. If I find, I'll let you listen to it. But the point is, someone says, I wonder why they removed pre-1999 when states were created. So, I mean, they have to go. If you want to discuss Nigeria history, you should go back to 1900. That's when the place, I mean, it was 1861 essentially, but 1900 was when the protectorates were created. But if you don't want to go that far, at least start in 1960. You can't just say, oh, we have not had anybody since 1999. The TIV have not had anybody since 1999. No people have not had anyone since 1999. Angas have not, Kanuri have not had since 1999. So this idea that since 1999 we have not had anybody, you're not the only one. I know you're not the only one. You're not the only one. So, you know, it is well. There's a particular video I'm looking for. If I find it, I will. You know what? Let me play you this one. While I find, I think it's probably this one, but let me just play this one. I hope you're having fun. I hope you're enjoying yourself. We have our topic, we'll get to that in a bit. Let me read on YouTube, just a comment or two. The obedient, Oba 853 says, the obedient will surely come for Dati. You can be sure of that. He betrayed. He's a betrayer. English, that doesn't make sense. But very soon, most likely, they're going to come for him. Fonta Belle says Dati Baba Ahmed has university. By the way, yes, he's the proprietor of Bayes University in Abuja, right? That's the school that these guys went. Dino Melaye and the other gentleman that's always involved in activism. Yeah, so let me just read. Dati Baba Ahmed, this is from Fontabelle. Dati Baba Ahmed has a university. Let him show Nigerians the salary structure of his university. Let Dati increase the salary of his workers twofold first. Talk is cheap. Akadol says US defense budget is $1 trillion, 26 times Nigeria's current budget. I don't even want to mention US. I think you are going too far. And then Mimi says Hausas are a major tribe, and I'm not sure a Hausa man has ever ruled Nigeria. All the northern guys are not Hausa, and you're very correct. None of them is Hausa. I mentioned something about that budget thing. Let me quickly read it before we listen to the other thing, right? So the total budget of Nigeria 2026 is 58.18 trillion naira. 58.18 trillion naira. That's the entire budget of Nigeria. This, when you hear that Nigeria is rich, context matters. We are potentially rich, but liquid be in actual fact. If you convert that money to dollars, you have $40 billion. That's Nigeria's budget, I'm going somewhere, stay with me, for 2026. So if you use like 1,400 naira exchange rate, you have about $40 billion. That's your country's 2026 budget. What's your population? You're about 238.8 million people. What does that mean? If you divide that per capita budget will be $168 per person for the year 2026. So when you put together your capital expenditure, your recurrent expenditure, when you put everything together in Nigeria, and you say, let us share amongst 238.8 million people, each person will get $168 for the year. Now let's go to one country I really like. I'm sure you know it. It's Singapore. It's a very small country. What's their budget? Let's look at 2025, because that's the one I have. It's 128 billion Singaporean dollars, and that's around 90 to 100 billion dollars, US dollars. So Singaporean budget, and you can go to singaporebudget.gov.sg if you really want to get into this, right? So you can get the details from. Well, this is where I'm getting details from. Ah, dear. 123.8 billion Singaporean dollars. That is Singapore's budget. But how much is that in dollars? It's between 90. In some cases, they say 90 to 100 billion dollars, or you could also say 100 to 105 to 110 billion dollars. Let's say with 100 billion. Let's say 100 billion. What's the population of Singapore? 6.11 million people. Atuche, what I'm saying, I think is a bit above you. Just calm down. Say Singaporeans are united. Unity is not a virtue that you bring into every political conversation. You've got to think beyond this rhetoric of B2B, unity. We'll come back to that later. The entire country is 6.11 million people, but their budget is about $100 billion. Your country, the population is 238.8 million people, and your entire budget for the year is $40 billion. If you share your own money amongst each other, say one person gets something from this, so that's your budget, per capita budget, is 168. Is that 168? Yes, $168 per person. In Singapore, it's $14,730 per person. Each person in Singapore will get $14,730. If we're discussing per capita budget, Nigeria will get $168. How rich are you really? But let's talk about one state in the US, Texas. Texas's budget is $338.5 billion. That's one state. But per capita budget, because everybody in the state is about 31.3 million people, the per capita budget is $10,820 per person. Each person will get, 5,410, because the budget is for 2 years, actually, 2026 to 2027 biennium. So that will be 5,410 person annually. That's a state in the US. But what I'm really going for is actually countries, because if I say state, it could be like say they disrespect us, because after all, Nigeria per capita budget is $168. Let it sink in for a second. Singapore's per capita budget is $14,730 per person. How rich are we? We're talking about the real issue, and the person who mentioned corruption and everything, he has a point, and I'm not going to discount it. Singapore has less issues with corruption, and believe it or not, Singapore pays, one of the countries that pays the politicians the most in the world is Singapore. I know people always go online and say Nigerian politicians collect the most money in the world. It's not true. It's bad. What they are doing is, the whole padding and, all of that is bad. But I'm telling you that Nigerian politicians are not the best paid in the world, contrary to what you have heard. So let us compare dollar to dollar. The point, that's not even the point. They should deal with those things, by the way. Corruption should be dealt with. Nigeria should not just be free for all. But the point is this. When you look at, if one of the ways to know how rich your country really is what you are spending money on. Now, this $40 billion we are spending this year, we don't have all that money. Our total foreign reserve is about 46 or $48 billion. That's everything we have in what's the word now? In savings. That's what we have. Like, we've saved that money. We have about $48 billion. You know, that's our foreign reserves. And you can't use that one to run your... So the money we are going to use to fund this budget, there's oil, generally, I mean, regular income, oil, you know, money from exports. Then you're going to be borrowing money. Possibly, maybe the tax will also help at some point. The point is that you don't have money. People need to be telling Nigerians, Nigeria does not have money the way Nigerians think Nigeria has money. I was listening to a gentleman the other day. I won't go do for us. And there's nothing wrong with that. You have a right to expect that to happen to you. I'm sorry, I'm checking YouTube to be sure we're still streaming.
It's okay for you to think like that.
I think we wait off for a second. It's okay for you to think like that. But it's important to tell ourselves in reality, excuse me, that the nation as a whole, this socialist thing that people always say, Nigeria government should give us something. Where is the money? The other day, some people were criticizing Ogun State government about, they don't have ambulances. It's a lie, by the way. There are ambulances all across Ogun State. And before we go to that, I think it's even good I mentioned it right now. I'm going to read out the phone number. No, not the phone numbers, actually. The states actually have a way to reach them if you have emergencies. So we're going to quickly look at that. But the point I'm trying to get to is, we talk about all these things. So if you go to this country, they have ambulances, but they don't tell you that many of those countries you have to pay for the services. And when you tell people that you're going to have to pay for it, they say, why should we pay? When we watch movies, you just drive the kidney and pick the person and take the person to the hospital. That's it now. Oh, why don't we have NHS? Let's pay taxes. We can't pay taxes. Why should we pay taxes? What have they done with what we have so far? We want to also have what they have in England. Meanwhile, what you are seeing in England, the NHS thing, did not even start with the government. It started with regular people, and then the government saw it and took it over much later. We just have this, we have expectations, and we are right to have expectations. But the real question is that, are these expectations actually backed up by reason and proper information? That's a question for all of us. But I think it's important to mention what we said earlier. Our budget is slow. Our budget no fee fund American defense budget. Let me look at that part. That's our budget, our entire budget cannot take care of American defense budget. Just one parasite, or just one ministry, or one parastatal of American government for 3 months. I want to get you the exact one, so that we can. So I'm saying this not to put us down, so that we can support the government when they say they want to do something to increase revenue. Stop saying, "Oh, we are a rich country. Why do we have to pay income?" Then somebody will tell you that, "Oh, they're making this money in Saudi Arabia. Qatar also has oil." One of these days we have another session on that thing to even compare how much oil Qatar actually drills and how many people are in Qatar, and compare that with Nigeria. Qatar actually exports more oil than Nigeria and has less people than the country, but we want to have exactly what's in Qatar. It is well. Someone says on YouTube, it's your might. It says South Africa and Algeria annual budget is over $100 billion, while Egypt and Morocco budget is almost twice the size of the Nigerian budget. We will understand this thing. We will understand this thing. Nigeria, we have a revenue problem. We have very little. I mean, it's hard to believe these things, especially because you see your politicians are just spending money anyhow. And I get, that's what Arajilete was talking about, and he's very right. Your politicians are just buying new cars and, refurbishing this and getting this, and they are so loud with the money. I get it. So it gets to people. But in reality, if they cut all the money they are taking, which they should, all the extra money, they should cut everything, it will not do anything to your budget. Well, not much. It will do something to people, because if you take some of those money and give it to certain, But the sad part, once you collect that money from those people, give it to an average Nigerian to do a project with it, they will eat it. See, corruption is not the problem of the leadership. Corruption is a cultural issue in Nigeria. It's one of the things that Nigeria has come to take as a national identity. We are corrupt as a people. And we look for, oh, look at that president, that's the president, the next person there is, that politician is the one. When they make you, when they vote, if they vote you today, you do exactly what they're doing. Give me a second. There's a huge chance they're going to do the same thing. So what you notice is that, and I say it a lot, our leaders are from amongst us. We produce these leaders, these ones that are stealing. If you say they are stealing money, okay, they came from amongst us. Then there's a huge possibility that, okay, share some people went there this last election, say clinical culture of criminality, they're going to change everything. When they were sharing the cars in National Assembly, did LP guys who said they are better than every other person, did they say no to the cars they shared? Did they not collect the same cars like the APC and PDP and every other PCP or whatever? Didn't LP senators and House of Reps also collect stuff? So it was bad until you get there. Fiscal 2026 fiscal year, U.S. defense budget that was approved by the U.S. Congress is about $901 billion. Listen to that slowly, please. Let's leave American budget. Let's not even bother our heads with it. Their defense budget alone is 901 billion naira. That's about 1 trillion naira. The entire Nigerian budget is $40 billion. 40. Now I feel very bad. Jesus is Lord. You know, when we do all these things of America, Senate climb, you just wonder, you know, how these things work. And I want to give you the big one. This is USA facts. The entire US federal budget, the only one I can see right now is from USA Fact, and it's from 2024. Do you want to hear this? This is crazy. The entire US budget for 2024 was 6.8 trillion naira. Sorry, naira babu, $6.8 trillion. That's roughly $7 trillion. That's the budget of America. Defense budget alone is about $1 trillion. We are not $400. Leave $1 trillion alone, is high, Abby. We're not 400, we're not 300, we're not 200, we're not 100, not 70, 80, not 90, 80, 70, 60, 50. We have $40 billion. That's the budget we have for the year. I'm not talking about GDP, I'm not talking about the economy, how big it is. I'm just talking about what your country is spending money on. The infrastructure, the trains, the roads, the light, electricity, you know, the schools, health, investment of the government, right? The expenditure, salaries, wages, you know, across all parastatals in Nigeria for the year 2026. If you put everything together, that's what it comes to. Number one, yes, we have to deal with corruption, but I think we have to start dealing with ourselves as a people. Why are we so religious and so corrupt? Why do we pray and still steal money? It's not a politician issue, it's a we issue. We are corrupt as a people. I'm not saying you are corrupt as a person. Maybe you are a very holy person. I'm also holy. Hallelujah. To be honest, I'm a saint. I mean, we are all saints in Christ. Hallelujah. But generally speaking, as a society, we are very corrupt. If we begin to talk to ourselves about the fact that when you see money, you don't say it's the provision of God because you prayed in church yesterday, you know you are lying to yourself. The concept of righteousness is very low, right? Civic responsibilities make no sense. A prophet was in church on January 1 from a particular region of Nigeria that I will not mention unless I have to, declaring that the tax laws will not happen, that will never be implemented because God, I don't know, people are not even afraid to use the word God because God said, God did not tell you Jack. The law is in effect.
You just hate the president.
God didn't tell you Jack. You just hate the president. You hate his guts, you hate his ethnicity, and you hate the fact that he wants to tax you. And then you say God said it is in effect. That's what they gave us prophecy in 2023. It's Peter Obi. We are still here. The point is that Nigeria will get better. Let's support the country. One day, I think maybe after this video, I'm going to read. I wrote it somewhere. I'll look for it. And I was doing something on Qatar and Nigeria oil. I was like, oh God. It is well. One more video from Daniel Bala, and then we can get to other news. We want to get to Rivers State and see what's happening in Rivers State. And then we'll bring people up and then get to the topic later. All right, so one more video from Daniel Bala. Again, please just... Let's number one, let's take responsibility as a people. It's not about the politicians. So somebody asks, what do we do? What's the way forward? I hope they can hear me now on YouTube. Someone asks, what's the way forward? The way forward is, as individuals, we've got to take responsibility. Whatever you have to do to support the government, do it. Okay? It doesn't mean it will be easy. Me that I'm talking, it's not like I have one stash somewhere that I want to be doling out to government and say I'm a responsible citizen, I'm paying all my taxes. I'm just saying that. Just have at the back of your mind that it takes, everybody to build the kind of society we want. Let's raise our children right. Let's decide to be better. And then to those in government, they are telling people to adjust. They also should be seen to be adjusting. They can't be spending money the way they are doing. Okay. Number 3, our expectations should be. We should be careful with our expectations. And this is what I should say this. One of the groups that actually make Nigerian politicians corrupt are Nigerians. Not one of the groups. The people that make Nigerians corrupt, hey, Oluwa, I'm talking very fast. The people who make Nigerian politicians corrupt are Nigerians. As soon as somebody from your family becomes minister, you will not let the person rest. You'll be asking for money for baby food, pampers, you want to build house, your father's death, you want to have burial. The other day, somebody said that, it's on Twitter, I saw it on Twitter, that someone called him thinking that he was talking to a politician. So apparently there was a mix-up. Maybe the number was, mixed up somewhere. And then he said they've been calling his number every day, back to back, asking for things. It was an error. It wasn't his phone number. So people are saying maybe the politician just gave them one number. They are calling this guy. Who ask them for things. Now, if the man wants to win next year or next electoral cycle, and you are asking for car, you're asking for pepper, you're asking for shoes, sometimes he knows that the salary cannot pay all these things. So what does he do? He steals. And I'm not saying that justifies what he's doing. I'm just saying that, if I say, we add to the burden of these people. He will now go and take one money, and once he gives you, be shouting, hey, hey, you don't know, whatever. You be shouting, he's a great man. He comes in next year. And what does that do for you? It keeps you perpetually poor.
Anybody that gives you money, you're okay. You don't know where the man is getting his money.
Anybody that gives you money, you're okay. You don't know where the man is getting his money from. He can maybe have to do something and just do the worst things to satisfy you so that you can win the next election. And then you say, oh, they are very corrupt. In a way, we corrupted them. If your family member is a minister or serves as minister in the Federal Republic, serves 4 years, and he comes back home at the end of the 4 years, he's living the same house he was living before, or let's even say he built one house because, of course, whatever, maybe he has another income. Let's even say he has a house and a car or two. If you go to meet that person, what will you tell them? Would you not ask the person, like, what's wrong with you? How come you were a minister for 4 years and all you have is a house? Yeah, we know that you had a house before you became minister. Now you're in Abuja, so you eventually were able to build something. So you have this house and 2 cars, and you're a politician for 4 years. What kind of politician are you? Abajo. Until you invest, they put the money in escrow account, in tax, what do they call those, tax haven.
Insult those politicians.
We will insult those politicians. I'm talking about minister, I'm not talking about governor, not senator. We most likely would insult those politicians. Say, how can you be a minister for 4 years? So when you hear Malami and what's happening, we're going to, maybe we'll read the news. That's the kind of person you want. That's what Nigerians listen. That's what we want. How do we know? How do I know what I'm saying? When the EFCC invited Malami, was it not the same Nigerian saying that EFCC is doing that because of where he's from and because he left APC? The same Nigerians complaining about corruption on social media are saying, oh, why they after Malami is because he left APC. One politician says it's because he's not Yoruba. We are our own problem. We love it. We love corruption. We only hate corruption when it's not favoring us. Let's be telling ourselves the truth. All these politicians are from amongst us. If he's giving you money right now, you will not say, Pim. You'll be saying it's the blessing of God. God has done it finally, finally, finally. My God has done it finally. But let it be somebody, maybe not from your ethnic group or not from your side. That's when you remember that these politicians are corrupt. They are not corrupt in the sense that they just came out of nowhere corrupted. They just came out of nowhere corrupt. They were corrupted by us. We are all corrupt. And I know that I'm not saying that you as a person, me as a person, I also don't collect money from. Well, let's take responsibility as a people. We are not serious. And just go and look for Abubakar Malami, what's happening right now. And I mean, see the things that he has done. He has built schools and hotels in Kebbi, in Kano, real estate all over the place. Where he got the money from, he will answer that question, to EFCC. But Nigerians are blaming the government for going after him. That means Nigerians don't mind corruption. We just don't like the fact that the person who is going after that person is not from our party or from our ethnic group. We need to do better as a people. May God help us. But our politicians also have to do better. This is not to excuse them for taking money. All right, Boala, they'll come back to this later. Take a listen to, by the way, I keep mentioning his name. Boala is the special advisor to President Enugu on policy communication. So that's why his name comes up a lot. I'm sure you understand. So take a listen to what he has to say about Peter Obi and this whole politics thing. Take a listen, please.
Yes. Once stood up in Anambra and swore by heaven that the day he left Abga, may he die and his children die.
No, he didn't have that swearing now. He didn't swear like that.
He swore.
He said it.
He said he cannot, but he didn't say.
Sorry, this seller guy, he needs to sit down and actually understand that all this is always speaking up for Igbo people when he's asking questions. And Peter Obi swore that he would never leave LP. I have the video. I'll look for that video. I promise I'm going to look for that video. He swore. If you don't know who you are following, but it is well. Let's continue. Let's listen. Let's start again. Itaralo Shemi, I was like, why would you say he didn't? He did. And there's video evidence. But let's keep listening to Voila.
Peter Obi,
Yes.
Once stood up in Anambra and swore by heaven that the day he left Abga, may he die and his children die.
No, he didn't have that swearing now. He didn't swear like that.
He swore. It's a video I watched.
He said he cannot, but he didn't say let them die or people die.
If not because of time. Can you clip it? Then we play it.
Yes, sure.
Clip it.
Yes.
Then you are editing. Then you will play it because I want to. I watched it myself. He climbed a podium like in campaign. He climbed. He was speaking in Igbo. So at that time they were threatening that he was hobnobbing with Jonathan and that he was going to go to PDP. Then Peter Obi said in Igbo, and it was translated, that Abga is the party of Ojukwu. Ojukwu was the one that brought him and made him governor, and that this Abga right now is in his hand in terms of nurturing it, and that he is never going to leave Abga. And that let it be for a record, if he leaves Abga, may his family die, may he die. And then people were shouting the way he was reaping those courses.
He came out and clarified it, and I think I saw something like that.
This one is the video of what he said. You have seen it?
Yeah,
Bring it. Bring it.
Yeah, I don't know what he said in video.
Yeah, but play it now.
Let me get it. If he dies, if he leaves the party with that.
He is, and thank God the anchor. Good.
I'm going to use soon. I'm going to do one day. I'm going to allow me.
Yes, sir.
In the year 2000, like Chairman said, 2002, I said I will stay on, I will not leave. Get that? Governor said I will not leave, they will die without. I said I will stay on, I will not leave. Get that? Governor said I will not leave, they will die without.
We will see some more. That's exactly what.
But that's not what he said there. If that, if said what he said, what he said was that he's not going to leave the ABGA party. But he didn't say he said he will leave his children. Yeah, he didn't do that.
Let me help Peter Obi in saying that he didn't need to make that swearing, because political party is not religion, like I told you when we started. There might be a reason you will leave a party, and the reason for which you leave the party might be genuine or not genuine, but the Constitution of Nigeria recognizes your right of association. So this type of swearing and misleading, he's fond of doing it, but create room, let them understand. If today he leaves the obedient and he leaves Labour Party and goes to another party, are his supporters not going to support him? They'll follow him now. Why are they following him? Because he is pushing towards the path that will actualize what he wants to do. That is politics. You cannot now, because he has left that place to a new party, now say he doesn't have principle, he doesn't have character, he's double-faced, and all these kinds. You will see that when that thing happens, the obedient will still not know this fact that we're talking in terms of politics. They will find a way of changing the language. Don't, as a politician, give the world the impression you are a messiah.
Okay, but even at that, I understand what you're saying about choosing to be.
Sorry, this one is an obedience, so nothing you say will enter. But let me play you something. So I was going to play you that video, but thankfully they played the video already, you know, what he said. But let me play you an interview from the ABGA National Chairman, Victor Uye. Take a listen.
Unless Peter will be my brother returns to ABGA, he will not achieve anything politically. He knows, because he took a vow that he will never leave ABGA. That any day he leaves ABGA, let his family die. Everybody in his family die. He said it now. But if he left ABGA, why did he make such a vow? He left ABGA and joined PDP. He was vice president to Atiku. Now he's going for presidency. It will be a catastrophic exercise. It will not work. I'm the one telling you now.
And the reason is because of the vow.
Do you know what vow means? Maybe you're married. Are you married?
What is my relationship status out of the
No, you're asking me my own. You don't want to answer my
relationship status.
Ask me, I'm married. I say my wedding ring. Are you married?
It doesn't really matter.
It matters now, because if you are married, you must have taken a vow. And you must maintain the vow you took.
In the year 2000, like Chairman said, 2002, I said I will stay on, I will not leave. Did that? Governor said I will not leave. They will die without them.
Hey, if you follow politician, this is where you will understand. You will understand it later, by and by. I think we should play Dele Momodu stuff on this before we leave this Obi matter finally. Dele Momodu was on, I think it was Channel TV. They're discussing Peter Obi's issue. Take a listen to this.
Too much. And it's a brain box for...
So this is So this is Chief Dele Momodu talking about what's happening in ADC at the moment. Take a listen, please.
Too much. And it's a brain box for our party
So I don't know where people got the idea of the worst of us. Atiku certainly cannot be the worst of us. He left power in 2007. He has been building his businesses, and God has blessed his businesses. God has also blessed him with good health. And so I don't know who was being referred to as the worst of us. So that first was my alarm. The second one was Pastor Tommy, my brother, okay, who said if Obi does not pick the ticket, he will withdraw his support. For me, I told him plainly, that cannot be a threat to a party. It's new. A fledgling political party. You cannot in advance. If you wanted automatic ticket, then you can run almost as a private, you understand, candidate, where if you're on your own, so nobody will challenge you, form your own to come into a coalition. You cannot threaten the other potential candidates. We need the cooperation of everybody. That is why we call it a coalition. It's not a one-man thing. And Nigeria does not recognize independent candidacy. So Obi is a fantastic guy, phenomenal. But to now say he's the best of all of them, where you have the Atikus, where you have the Amechis, I think it's an insult on the rest of them. And so I needed to send it a note of caution that please don't let us go this route. It's not going to augur well for our party. Right now, the APC, that's what we're waiting for, that there will be this Fuji out of commotion. And if we don't stop it now, that is what they are going to use against the fresh coalition. They are praying and fasting that we will be in disarray, we will be in total commotion, and we will never be able to agree on the ideals that brought about this coalition. But I am assuring you that thank God for the elders, because in the days of tribulations, you run to the elders of the house. And we have enough elders in ADC to help.
Okay, so all right, we keep losing the connection. It keeps fluctuating.
This focus.
Are they praying that you should be scattered? Or you already scattered? May God help you guys in ATC. They never even start. You don't hear people, they give them ultimatum. They threaten them. You are coming from a movement that has lost steam. Many people in the obedient movement know now that most of the whole kini is about Igbo presidency. The whole idea of we are doing one Nigeria thing is, people are discovering that it was a ruse after all. Like, to be honest, like everybody talks about it now that it was about having an Igbo president. So it is known. So there's no need to be going around and around. So a lot of people who supported and did everything for the party have retreated. The 6 million votes that you're shouting, I don't know how they're going to get. If they get it, that would be nice, but Tinubu is going to win regardless. Anyway, but the point is, number one, you don't have all the people in the Southwest again, because now they discovered that it was an Igbo project. It wasn't about Nigeria. You got a lot of votes in the Middle Belt. Now, all the states in North Central are now APC. All. That zone, all the states in North Central geopolitical zone in Nigeria, all of them, 6 of them are APC states. And to make it even interesting, President Tinubu has been intentional about parts of the North Central and Northwest. The people in Southern Kaduna have gotten some they've not gotten a very long time, a university and federal attention. How are you going to top that? I don't know. Now, with all of these things on ground, you then move to another party, and the next thing you're telling them is that if you don't make my person the president, we are going to work against you. Who do you think you are? Don't worry. I know that nobody likes to hear what I just said, but it's the truth. You are not really what you think you are. You're not all that. Tell them I'm not going to vote for you. They just said Ẹkáàbọ. All right. I said something earlier about the emergency situation. I mean, what happened with? Sorry, someone says El Rufai and Malami. They're all in ADCO. They are talking to El Rufai, ba? Middle Belt Fact says not to forget that in Adamawa, Taraba, Benue Plateau, they have traditional PDP base. Thank you very much. So already you don't have, I mean, you have clout, but it's not as it used to be. You know why? I'll tell you why. CPC had 12 million votes in 2003. Right? 3, right? Yes. They repeated that feat in 2007. You know, they were losing. I mean, that's late President Buhari. He ran in 2003, got 12 million, not 6 million, 12 million. He lost. 2007, 12 million. Them go on social media to insult the rest of Nigeria for being stupid. All of you are tribalists. You didn't allow Buhari to win. They were changing tactics as they were going along. You know, he had one person, I can't remember his name, then he had Chuba Kadigbo, then he moved on to the Bakare in 2011. He still lost. Then in 2015, they changed strategy and worked with ACN and created APC, and then he won 4 times. While he was losing, he was re-strategizing. Yes, they will do oppositions do, oh, they've done this to us, we've got to do something. But you don't see their followers just insulting everybody. You had one run and lost. And just once, so not twice, not thrice, just once. Then you insulted everybody. Yoruba people are like this, they're like that, they're like this. Even your principal threw jabs at Yoruba people. Was not the same person on the podcast saying that how much do you buy bread there? Did they sell it to you cheaper in Enugu because you're Yoruba? He said it. That's Peter Obi. It's not the same person that made the phone call. Religious war. You really think that the people that voted, that gave you the 6 million votes, I mean, I know you had a lot from Southeast. You had 90-something% of the votes in the Southeast. You know, congratulations. But the Southeast cannot make anybody president in Nigeria. And that's why people say things like, the Southeast will not vote for Tinubu. I'm like, the last time you didn't vote for him, what happened? Like, it's normal. I mean, in the last 3 electoral cycles, we know, or election cycles, we know that you don't need the Southeast to win. And I say that with due respect. The last 3 election cycles, everybody who became president did not need the Southeast. 2015, 2023, 2015, 2019, 2023. The Southeast did not vote for Buhari in 2015 and 2023, and they definitely did not vote for Tinubu in 2020. Sorry, I keep saying 2023. They didn't vote for Buhari in 2015 and 2019, and they definitely did not vote for Tinubu in 2023, and they became president. So that means that you cannot threaten them with the vote of that bloc. If you like, insult them. So how do you get people to vote for that person? Oh yeah, how do you get other people in other states to vote for him when you have insulted the rest of them because they didn't vote for you? Oh, what happened in Ibadan was good, was justified because they didn't vote for Kini. Is what did they call that nonsense? Elections have consequences. When there was bomb blast in Ibadan, we remember these things. Tragedy in Ekiti, it was okay because Tinubu won in Ekiti State. That bile that you guys have that just spread on everybody in the name of your Messiah and we have obedient, that thing is, you've actually succeeded in alienating people. More people that used to insult us as Yoruba people, saying that you are tribalists, for telling them basic history, they are now they are extreme Ronus. They are extremists. You see them on X cursing you guys out. I don't know why. I mean, I know why. I don't think it's necessary. But be like saying, now fire for fire, you guys do for each other. Many of the people that actually, moved obedient movement, who were Yoruba, they are now against you, and they are extreme, cursing Igbos. Just as you were cursing them, they are cursing you back because they got tired of being cursed by you guys. You had IPOB. You were this voice of Jacob, hand of Esau. People were hearing, what's the word? They were hearing obedient, but they thought it is why it was IPOB. As soon as obedient lost, just remove the shed. Obedient, you just stay obedient, and you have somehow rescrambled the OBI. Then you added P there, so it's not IPOB. instead of Obi, just IPOB.
All these things going on.
You think you join a party and you have the effrontery, the audacity to tell those people that if you don't make our candidate the president, we're going to work against you? You're not serious. Let's go to other matters. Someone said they are IPOB. Most of them are. All the IPOB people that I knew that used to, I mean, I don't know IPOB people. All the people that used to support IPOB on social media before 2022, all, with the exception of none, became obedient. And now they're the ones that want Nigeria to have a military coup. They're the ones calling for. They don't not just that they want a coup. They called for a coup. This bunch of clowns actually went to the defense headquarters in Abuja, knelt down, and asked for the military to do the needful.
Just a bunch of clowns. They want military regime.
Just a bunch of clowns. They want military regime. They want the government to be toppled. Why? Because your candidate did not win. After trying once. And then we're doing Maguire to perspire to acquire to refire with Abraham Lincoln. That went 4 times. Maguire. I thought go and sit down somewhere. You see, as I mean, he's not. If he tries 4 times, he's not going to win. Sir, by the way, because all this cursing continue. Oh God, 60 years from now, you'll still be talking like this because you won't change. And if you don't change, nobody will change for you. All right, very quick information, very important one. National Emergency Medical Service and Ambulance System. So we all know what happened with Anthony Joshua. Empress One, they're good to see you. Oh no, they're not cussing here, they're cussing everywhere else. I mean, we've been able to deal with them here. So we saw what happened with Anthony Joshua. People are saying that some states don't have emergency numbers and so on and so forth. If you're Nigerian, you live in Nigeria, you have people in Nigeria, the National Emergency Communication Number that was released by Nigeria Communications Commission is 112. Just like America has 911, Nigeria has 112. That's a general one. But some states also have their own. I'm going to put this picture on the Telegram page so you can, find it. Lagos has 767, and then they have a mobile number. Oyo has 615. Ogun, Ondo, Ekiti, they have mobile numbers, right? Only Osun is not here, and this is not good. But 5 of the 6 states of the Southwest are here. FCT is here, Delta, Kaduna, Akwa Ibom, Taraba, Niger, Borno, Rivers, Plateau, Bauchi, Yobe, Sokoto, Jigawa, Kano, Edo, Gombe, Nasarawa, Bayelsa. There's only one state from the Southeast, Ebonyi. So, but at least everybody can use 112. So I'm going to put this stuff on the Telegram channel. The Telegram channel is Redomi Global. Please go to Redomi Global and you find, it's not necessary to be mentioning all the phone numbers code. It makes sense. But you can just go there, please. And I'm going to put it there right now.
Please check it out in case you need it.
Okay, done. Please check it out, and in case you need it or you have people in Nigeria that might need it. All right, that's done. All right. I think we'll talk about this Rivers thing later. Time to law. Maybe we'll bring people up now and then we'll talk about Rivers later. But before we go, there's a video I want you to listen to. There's drama in Rivers right now. They're looking at impeaching the governor. And the Rivers State House of Assembly Speaker is saying that they are ready to leave the legislature if they are not allowed to impeach Fubara. It's interesting that everybody is doing this while president is away. You have people from APC saying, because Fubara is not in APC. APC people better calm down in that Rivers State. Their politics is a bit different though. The man is supporting Renewed Hope agenda. They should just take it like that. Whatever he's doing with Fubara is between them. Don't do all this APC like, our party, Oga. Anyway, what do I know? I'm not an APC person, but you know what? Let's just listen to a very short clip of the Speaker of the House of Representatives the Speaker of the House of Assembly in Rivers State, what he said about this whole thing. Take a listen very quickly.
Enough is enough. Enough is enough. If they want us to forget the legislature, we leave the legislature. Let only the governor and the deputy governor spend as they like and eat our money and do as they like. Why were we elected? Why do we have the legislature? Why can't we be allowed to do our job?
You are going to.
Enough is enough.
It shows that he's the most popular.
The governor does not even want to present anybody because if he wanted, he would have brought it all this way. Similar is a mistake. He is a mistake. Rivers State has never had this bad. In the entire Nigeria, Similar Ekubara and Professor Umar Ngozi Odu. These are the only two people in the office at the national level that are yet to present 2026 appropriation bill. The entire country. I'm sure if you go to the entire West African sub-region or even Africa, you will not find any sub-national government that has not presented an appropriation bill for 2026. Who would believe that in this 21st century, that a state like Rivers State will not have an appropriation bill either presented or passed? Nothing is holding the governor from presenting it. He chose not to. And the governor has been boasting that he will always go and meet the president for the president to call us and give us instruction. He has been boasting, he has been saying it to his followers that this assembly were nothing but toothless bulldog. That this 10 members are. In any case, the governor does not even want to present anybody because.
I must say, going by what members have also commented, is actually a motion that is good and is in the best interests of Rivers State. 26 members of Rivers House of Assembly have brought allegations against the governor and the deputy governor. It is important that the process be allowed to go through in line with the provisions of the Constitution. And the particulars of gross misconduct have a lot to do with presentation of budget, refusal to present budget, spending outside the appropriation law. Distinguished colleagues, one thing very interesting is what members also indicated in that notice, but we're not here discussing the notice, but we're only making reference to it, which is that there is a notice and the process of impeachment is on as we speak. Having received the notice, my job is to forward it, and it's important that we allow this process go through. What this motion is saying is, in the event that the governor tries, as he has always tried to do, to be smart by half, to now say he wants to bring the appropriation bill or to present the medium-term expenditure framework, the movers of this motion are saying, let him hold on now. Let the process for the investigation of the allegations brought against him and the deputy governor be concluded. Distinguished colleagues, is that not what we are saying? So it makes sense too that we allow that process to go through before we start talking about any MTF or even the 2026 appropriation bill. In any case, the governor does not even want to present any budget, because if he wanted to, he would have brought it all this while.
I mean, this video is quite long, but the long and short of it is they have initiated impeachment process, and they say they are going to see this impeachment process through. And that was the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Martins Amewule. He vows that they will see this impeachment process through, as he vehemently added that Governor Fubara is a mistake for Rivers State and a threat to democracy. He said that if they cannot uphold the constitution, it is better they all resign. This is going to be a very, very interesting drama, I should say, in the south, in Rivers State specifically. All right, I'm going to move away from politics very quickly. Just a couple more things that we can bring people up. I saw this video online, and most of it is in Igbo, but the person says something I think is inspiring, but I thought you should hear it first. Take a listen, please.
I believe that the way Ashake is doing everything in Yoruba language, I believe that someone will do it with Igbo language. Someone will send out a stadium. You are seeing it here, I'm seeing it here. Someone will sell out a stadium, either in US, Paris, Europe, with Igbo language.
All right. I mean, not too long ago, we had a group of lunatics go on social media to insult Ashake and tell him that if he wants to make progress in the music industry, he must begin to sing in English language, and that Yoruba was not good enough, for what he was trying to accomplish. Anyway, the same group, by the way, mostly from the Southeast, and they made it trend on X at the time. Well, now I think they've been inspired by Ashake, which is quite good, to be honest. It's quite nice. They've been inspired, and now they're saying that they want to also pack out stadiums like Ashake. Here's a lesson for all of us. Whatever you know how to do, do it well. Take feedback, but don't just do everything you hear people say. You've got to sift it. Sometimes what you are hearing is not advice, right? These are people sometimes trying to actually get you out of the way. But thankfully, that did not happen, and I'm glad that he's now inspiring young people in the Southeast. In other news, Amala, Eba, and other words have now been added to the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary. So now if you go on Oxford Dictionary, you'll find Amala there. And contrary to the, let me even go into that one. The point is, you find it there, Sha. There's Amala, there's Mami Market, there's even the pidgin for bomb. Sincerely, I find it hard to pronounce that thing, but you get the point. So a lot of this, there's moin as well. And one of the things I like about the way Oxford did their stuff is to talk about the roots, where they got the word from. Moi, amala, these are Yoruba words, and unlike some ne'er-do-wells, they at least have been very gracious to adding the word is good, but the etymology is also very important, and Oxford added the etymology that this is Yoruba, this one is also Yoruba, and so on and so forth. So that's good. Again, Yoruba language is global. It's global. It's beyond Nigeria. It's beyond Africa, and you should be proud of yourself, a Yoruba person, and you should speak the language wherever you find yourself. Don't stop you from speaking good English, unless you don't want to. So please learn your language, and if you're speaking it, speak out. Teach your children. Let's all speak Yoruba language, and things will get better. All right, let's bring some people up before we get into today's conversation. It is 7:02, so please, if you come up, it's 2 minutes each, and then we can quickly get to the other stuff. All right. Please make it quick when you come up, please. As soon as you get up, please mute so that we don't have interference. Thank you. Please mute as soon as you get up. I'm bringing everybody up. Please mute. Please mute. Please mute. Thank you. All right, let's do it. We're going to make it very quick, please. And we start with Preacher's Boy.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening, Chief. Ẹkáàbọ.
I've been wanted to come back up about 2 days ago that I came up. I just wanted to say something real quick. I think most of us, we objectify reality, like where we are coming from, we project it on everybody that, okay, because I had a privilege to this kind of information and this kind of background, so everybody's supposed to have it. So last 2 days when I was appreciating you and saying all of that for educating us on all of these things, because most of us do not have the privilege to this information. Somebody came up and be like, you can go back home and learn all this. Home is not the same everywhere. Some of us didn't have educated parents.
Wait. Are you trying to respond to what somebody said days ago? Am I worried?
Not really. I'm just, because this thing, I'm not really responding. I'm just saying, because this is discouraging to people that want to learn. You understand? I'm just saying in general, we are not, it's not a bad blood. I can handle it maturely, but it happens in other platforms when people say, oh, they want to learn about Yoruba, and some people will be like, go back to your parents. It's not encouraging for people that want to learn. You understand? At least when people say, hey, I want to know this thing, the best we can do is, okay, come, what do you know? Even if they bring the wrong information, you can correct them and be like, okay, this is the right one, without trying to fight them, or even the fact that they are looking for the information, that means they are one step ahead. And by giving them the right information, putting them to the right direction, I believe you are here almost every day. You are not here just because you have nothing better to do. So if you assume everybody know, or everybody should know, then you wouldn't be here. Right?
All right.
So that's all I want to say. God bless everybody.
Okay. Thank you. So we're going to say 2 days ago, you finally got it out of your chest. Thank you. Get it off your chest. All right, that's okay. And I think it's also important for all of us. We are all at different levels, right? And it's important to, let's be gracious, right? Let's be gracious. Let's, yeah, things like that will happen. Yeah, but thank you very much for understanding. Let's move very fast. Again, please just try and reduce, limit it to 2 minutes. We'll go to Middle Belt now, and then we'll have Erobodo. Hello, Middle Belt.
Yes, thank you.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. I want to speak on the ADC issue, and the some of the issues in the ADC that affects my region in the Middle Belt is that this bromance with El Rufai is something that a lot of us have voiced out previously that we are not comfortable with. El Rufai's, role in a lot of the issues in Southern Kaduna is well documented. And it's quite clear at this point that a lot of people in the ADC have not taken those concerns seriously. And I'll say this, in the next election, those things would play out. I have been in the Southern Kaduna Facebook group that has over 100,000 people, and they are quite clear that anything that involves El Rufai, they are not doing. And a lot of us that are from the other parts of the Middle Belt also agree with them. So it will be interesting to see how that plays out. Now, with regards to this mirage that Atiku going to the ADC is going to have this automatic transfer of 6 million votes from the PDP.
You mean Peter Obi? Okay.
No, I mean Atiku, okay. Actually. Yeah.
Okay.
There's this mirage that Peter Obi is bringing a sort of block vote, and Atiku is bringing block vote. So traditionally, the way people analyze it is 6 million from Peter Obi and 6 million from Atiku gives you 12, and they may be, yes. And that is false, and I'll tell you why. People don't understand that from 1999, there are states that are heavily traditionalist PDP, and they are PDP loyalists. These are voters that are loyal to the party itself and not to the individual. So whoever gets that ticket would get significance, and has late, because remember that as Atiku left the PDP for the ADC, a lot of the people in these states where I'm from did not live with Atiku. So that illusion that he's going to get those exact same amount of votes, he's not going to get a lot of those loyalists to leave the PDP with him. The governor of Plateau State is facing that same issue where he has left the PDP and a lot of the loyalists are not living with him. So it's going to trickle for Atiku too. It's not a one-side thing. So I feel like the calculation that has been done in the ADC has been done to alienate a lot of middle belt people. First, pitching tent with El Rufai. And secondly, this illusion that all of us are just going to automatically move. It's not going to happen. I'll just stop there. Those were the two issues that I wanted to raise. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Middle Belt Fox. And it's important that we hear you on that matter because you're from that region, and you probably, of course, you know more about it than I do. So thank you for also adding your thoughts on that particular topic. 6 plus 6 in politics can be 10. It can be 15. It can be 2. To expect that the 6 million plus 6 million will be 2, and it could be 12. But I don't think it's going to be 12 in ATC because Peter Obi has already lost a lot of steam. But I wish him all the best. But one thing I'm very certain of is that I let me not say certain because I'm not God. I don't think he can clinch that ticket in ADC. I don't think he can be the presidential candidate. So I would rather expect that he would port anytime soon. And that would be okay. Hopefully that will make his people happy, then they'll go and vote for him. But his people have been obedient. And regardless of what party he represents, by the way, he will still lose. Tinubu is going to win. Okay, that much is true. But let's move on from there. Thank you very much for that submission. Let's go to Roboto. Good evening, Roboto. Hello, are you there? Evening, sir.
Really shortchanged. We should be doing a lot better than we are right now. And I really want to, in my lifetime, I don't want all those problems to be transferred to my children. I don't want it. Now, what I think is that there's a chance that, I don't think I've said this to you before, Prof, but I think there's a chance that we could build a movement to push for restructuring, ethno-linguistic restructuring based on self-determination and control over internal migration by the subnational units. And eventually, maybe, there should be a secession clause and anybody who's tired of the union can leave. Personally, I have an idea. I think I'll contact you on Hex about it. Because I don't know, someone like you, what you know, if it's put in the heads of North Nigerians, I think probably overnight, there'll be more Nigerians, especially from the Middle Belt, from the South, from the Yoruba side, and the minorities of the North, suddenly asking for restructuring. Probably something that, whichever government of the day will not be able to ignore. So I want to try and do something, but I don't know enough. I do not nearly enough, but with, heavyweights like you, people who know this stuff, if I just want to probably start having spaces. Nigerians need a mental shift. That is the problem. And, Prof, so for me, for example, before I realized that Nigeria is not likely to work, and why? it was a very long time. I think it was around 2019. I was a strong believer in Nigeria. I was an optimist. Because most of us were born into Nigeria. That's always been our reality. So it would take some shifting, like shifting people's mental perspective to see that, look, what you were born into is very faulty. So I'll contact you next. I don't want to take too much of your time, but I honestly have given up on Nigeria. And it's because of the two very problematic ethnic groups. I don't see those two changing ever. There is nothing. I don't see how the change, because even right now, as dysfunctional as Nigeria is, they're still benefiting. As dysfunctional as Nigeria is, they're still benefiting. They have no reason whatsoever to change. I want to see as many of them leave to go and build that dream they've always had, and let Yoruba people just have peace. I'll contact you on X, Prof. Please. I'm gonna need the knowledge of people like you. If I'm having a space, I want someone like you. When you have time, I'll try to plan around that time so that people can come. I'll try to push it, try to get enough people to come so they can listen, so they can learn. So if somebody comes on there and tries to lie, like many of them do, you would shut them up with facts, and then a lot of people I want to be like a preacher, like an evangelist for a new mental is a paradigm shift. I don't know how to say it, Prof, but something that when Nigerians now think about Nigeria, they don't see it as maybe like something God created, like something immutable. We're saying, like they talk as if God created it, as if, we must all find a way to make it work and all of that. And then generation after generation, inspiration. So yeah, I'll contact you, Prof. Please. I'm done with Nigeria. I come here to learn from you. I'm happy my people are coming here to learn from you, and that's my joy. As to the real problem, ethnicities, I've given up on them. They're a lost cause as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, sorry I rambled a bit. Thanks, Prof.
Thank you. People have actually reached out to me for things like this for a while. Let me respond to you. This was in 1969. 11th state movement. By the way, 1967, the Western state, or central state, Western state or central state, and then you now had it was actually called Western state, and then you had Lagos state. Okay, so Western region was divided into two in 63. You had the Midwest and the West. The remaining Western region was then divided into two in 67. You had Western state and Lagos state. There was a movement in the Western states called Yoruba Central State Movement. And they say you may have seen some Yorubas demonstrating last week with placards and banners condemning one Nigeria and calling for an independent Oduduwa land. That is, that Nigeria should be divided into three separate countries, one to retain the name Nigeria, another to be Biafra, and the third Oduduwa land. The Yoruba Central State Movement dissociates itself from this diabolical move and talks about how they are not in the dreamland and they don't want to be part of any republic. Then it says they condemn it as a move to harm the successful execution of the current civil war and cause further chaos in the country. They say it is designed to give comfort and succor to the rebels in the East Central State. And they say this is treason against Nigeria, that it should be investigated and those responsible dealt with and quickly too. When was this? 1969. There will always be people amongst us who want to have their own separate nation. I think they have a right to desire it. But when I read articles, by the way, what I just read now is from a book by A.H.M. Green. and this particular thing is titled War and Peace. This was during the war, 1969. When you read things like this, I think it somehow has a way of making one very circumspect and also not too pushy when it comes to, these people are bad and want to create our own region and things like that. At the end of the day, and it can be said publicly. And I've been saying it for a long time. I can even say it more now because Justice Omotosho literally said this. At the end of the day, it's still going to be through the legislature. If I want to have a movement right now, and I've been told about this for more than a year now, to start something. But I think any movement that anybody wants to start now, number one, educating the people is important, like you said, very, very important. But number two is that movement has to have a plan to influence politics, either by getting people in there or by lobbying. Those are the two things. I'm just trying to tell you right now. Because I've been thinking about this for a while. I have things written down. When the time comes, we'll do it. But I just think I should say to everybody, any movement that will bring all these changes, whether it's to have regional system or to change things the way it is right now, it will either have to be able to influence politics by getting people in there or by lobbying groups especially in the legislature. That's where the work is. See, that, for me, again, two things. There are other things, by the way. I'm just saying broad categorization. There is what you can do to help people with health, with finance, with business, and there are other things. I don't have to talk about it now because we're not campaigning. But the major things that must be done, you've got to teach the people by educating them, which is what we're doing. The other part is to get involved in politics. Anything apart from that, I'll tell you what's going to lead to. It's going to lead to disillusion. Thank you very much for the gift. Prof, good to see you. It's going to lead to delusion. To the disillusion. What I mean by that is that you will promise people something and there will be no structure to fulfill that promise. People will then get angry and they will say they want to break Nigeria. I've seen it play out over and over again. And you can see it from the 1960s. It's a pattern. Anything, excuse me. Excuse me. Any movement that would, the first thing that a lot of people that are trying to get region, states, whatever, should understand is the fact that what you are looking for is a political solution. Prof, thanks a lot. It's a political solution. You have to get your hands dirty, and it will not be by being an activist. I cannot be an activist. And I'll tell you, activism makes you think you are doing something by insulting everybody who is actually doing something. I'm not talking to you, everybody. I'm just saying generally. Because most of the movements end up being about activism. Now, what happened to some activists in December? This last December, Christmas Day, 2 weeks ago, in Songota, was that they were arrested by the Nigerian police because the action is considered treasonable. What I'm saying basically, I'm using one way to explain something to us. I hope we get it without having to go straight. I'm sure you're going to get it. If you are running a movement, and like I said, we're going to be doing something very soon. But the real work is that apart from teaching everybody the reality of Nigeria, which is what we're doing and we'll continue to do, and if you have your platform and you want to invite me, I'll be there. I will help out in any way I can. But at the end of the day, we have to get to that point where we get in there. It's like what they are doing. Let me give an example. This whole thing about Biafra. I'm not throwing shots, by the way. I'm just want to make a point. They want Biafra, they want Biafra, they want Biafra. You have Masob. By the way, Masob came out again. They were the ones who appointed the new Biafran Prime Minister the other day. It is well. That's Wazurike's group. So you have Masob, you have IPOB since 2012. think about it. Imagine that group got involved in politics, either to be maybe a party or be an ideological movement that embeds itself in parties. What I'm saying is hard though. It is hard though. I'm not saying anything that is easy. But it is the only way. I don't like using the word only. I think it's the only way people can really get it. Like when you now get in there, you cannot have several ways, but you have to get in there first. It's like trying to say, somebody came out and said, I want to cook rabbit stew. And then somebody says, how are you going to do it? And the lady said, the first thing you have to do is to catch a rabbit. So you can speak to Renchi. I'm going to buy sweat. I'm going to buy pots. I'm going to buy this. You can buy the pot, buy new gas cooker, buy gas, buy everything. You've got to catch a rabbit first before we even talk about how you're going to cook anything. If you're going to change anything politically in Nigeria, we've got to get involved in politics, either by influencing those who are there. When I say influencing, you know what I mean? I'm talking like this is what we want to do. Either by getting involved in it, right? Maybe you start a party, join a party or whatever, or by lobbying, which is what happens in America. Neither of those two things is easy, but I think that's the way. And the reason I say that is because when people invite me to be part of movements, I'm very careful I just tell them, God bless you, I'll support you however I can. I'll tell you why. The reason is because I've seen a lot of people get disillusioned. All it takes is about 6 months. It doesn't take more than 6 months for people to get tired. Because we are humans. Result. Oh yeah, what do we do? Talk about him, but the next thing, ESN.
Once you wind them to a particular point,
you will wind them. Once you wind them to a particular point, the next thing is ESN. That's what you see with IPOP. That's what you see with MASOP. It's the normal thing. And I'll say this, and then we'll move on. And I think I'm taking a lot of time, but I'll say this. I think a very good example for what people are looking for in Nigeria is in Ireland. And if we take time to study Sinn Féin, I don't know how to pronounce it, but I'll say it the way I think it's Sinn Féin or Sinn Féin. It's spelled SINNFEIN. Sinn Féin became a political party, and it is a very strong political party representing Irish interest. The Scottish people, they have the guys in Scotland, they have SNP representing Scottish interest. That's what AD would have been before it was called in 2003. But all I'm saying, yeah, Sinn Féin. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. So the point I'm trying to say is that if we saw those people, that's where the answer is. It's hard. But I remember what I was trying to say. Imagine IPOP since 2012. This is 2026. It's been 14 years. Imagine, and I'll give you 2 examples. Imagine in 14 years, there's either a political party spearheaded by IPOP people. At least, they will have the Igbo people supporting them. And what they want is to have a nation. They will have maybe people in the House of Assembly or House of Representatives. It might take another 30 years. But I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow because you are doing the right thing. It might take a long time. But the point is that you are now involved in what can actually bring the answer, not just getting people angry. Imagine they had done that in 2012 or 2013 or 14. What if at least they would have built structures on the ground now? I'll give you the contrast. In 2013, a group of intellectuals in Yoruba land decided to come together with the support of government to create something called Dawn Commission. So they've been existing since 2013. It should be 13 years this year. What you want is similar to what they want. What they want is development, right? So what have they done? They've created a framework in different parts, different sectors of the economy, or different, what's the word now? Yeah, different sectors of the economy of society, in health, in infrastructure, in security, in farming, food, everything, right? Then they had a chance a few years ago, and they pushed the security network that became Amotekun. We're enjoying Amotekun today. It's not the best, but we have something. It's better than having nothing at all. So we have Amotekun. Now, by divine grace or whatever, this president decided to create development commissions. So we have SWDC right now. When SWDC got on, when they were inaugurated, guess what they did? They went to Dawn Commission and they will be using the framework that Dawn Commission has developed in the last 12, 13 years. And so they will be the ones implementing, and then Dawn Commission will be the think tank. 13 years is long. And you cannot get what Dawn Commission has done in 13 years by just provoking people. For provoking this thing, they will tell them how every other person is the reason for their underdevelopment. Everybody will get angry, but they cannot, there's no roadmap. Dawn Commission has created a roadmap. SWDC is plugging into it right now. I say, and this is what I believe, and it may sound it's not radical enough, but I prefer results. If people want to get into stuff, if everything they had in Dawn Commission, they were just shouting, oh, Fulani are disturbing us, the herdsmen are getting to our farms, and there was no plan. Even if Akeredolu and the rest of the Southwest governors were interested in creating Amotekun at the time, I was telling my brother today, Amotekun was not the idea of Akeredolu. A lot of people say Akeredolu. Amotekun was actually the idea of the Dawn Commission. Why was Akeredolu attached to it? Because he was the head of the Southwest Governors Forum at the time. And he was very passionate about it, and we have him to thank for spearheading the movement. But the idea itself was from Dawn Commission. But the point is, they needed a political connection to get those things done. The things we want done are important. They are great. But the question is this: where's the what framework can we even present to anybody that will make that thing work? That's hard work. That's boring task. That is actually what gives us what we want. And maybe I'll see if I can. Maybe I'll find there's a Dawn Commission, the agenda they had for Yoruba land way back in 2014 or so. I have a document. Maybe I'll put it on the Telegram channel. If you read it, that's it. They've not done everything now, but at least there's something they're working with. And I think that's the path for those of us who are passionate about Yoruba land. This whole agitation thing is not going to help anybody. It will make everybody angry. And we don't want to have ESN in Yoruba land. I hope you get what I'm saying. But I'm interested in what you're doing. If you're trying to maybe have a session or something and you want to invite me to speak, no problem. But let's understand the fact that beyond that, there has to be political involvement. There must be political. There are no choice about it. There must be political involvement, or else people that listen to those things will get disillusioned and they will ask you for something. And if you have nothing to give them, you give them ESN. And you don't want to do that. That's not just, I'm not talking to everybody now, I'm talking to all of us, so that we remember all of these things. May God bless us, may God bless Yoruba land, and may we get better. Someone says it's like the blueprint of others that are yet to come. The people that we asked for blueprints years ago, right? But it is well. But we'll get there. Everything everybody said, very important things about the issue with Yoruba land. But I just noticed that I was reading, I think it was 2-3 days ago, I saw that stuff where they were saying they don't want to break up Nigeria in 1969. I was like, okay, and that was Yoruba people though. But the beautiful thing about Yoruba people is that it is Yoruba people that will say this thing you are doing is going to cause trouble. Unlike the other groups where you'll be telling them and they'll be cursing you out, at least it's inside. Tell ourselves the truth, although we fight, but we'll be okay. But thank you very much for that. I really do appreciate your submission. We'll have the last person and then we can go to today's topic. Yeah, we can still do some, maybe 30 minutes or so. Maybe not the whole topic, we just take part of it. Let's have malnutrition very quickly. Thank you, Erobodo. Malnutrition, are you there? Flower. How many times did I call you? The person you are responding to is an elder. I see you in the comment section. I know that, there's banter and everything, but the person you're responding to is an elder. When I say elder, I mean person don't born you. So please. Yes. Yes, please. Ekrole.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Shewa.
Okay. Yeah, I'm great, sir. I like this, your green. Too much pattern to one Jesse. Oh, serious.
I don't know.
Okay. Quickly. I just to dovetail from where you left off. wọ́n ní pé ibi pẹlẹbẹ láti máa ń mọ́lẹ̀ jẹun. Báwo àgbàlagbà ṣe sọ nìyẹn. Baba Adeboye long ago said people should get involved in politics. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ èèyàn wọn ò gbọ́ sí wọn lẹ́nu nígbà yẹn. But fast forward now, a lot of people that listened have benefited from it and are still benefiting from it. So you are right. We need to be part of the system. Ó ṣe pàtàkì, particularly in the Nigerian context. Tó bá lọ ṣe activism, wọ́n máa ṣe ẹ́ léṣe ni. Wọ́n dẹ̀ máa abort nǹkan tó fẹ́ ṣe. Number 2, we need to learn from Aṣíwájú. Like him or hate him, Aṣíwájú is a role model in modern Nigerian politics. The guy has staying power. Apart from going vision, apart from going mobile sport talent, what the man make over, he has what you call staying power. Láti 1990s, ló ti wá di kìíní. When the president of the administration of President Obasanjo, a fellow Yoruba man who is supposed to support the Yoruba cause, stood against Lagos State, used presidential power to oppress the most productive state in the federation. Through wisdom, through counsel, Aṣíwájú survived and built Lagos as a modern economy. Àǹfààní ẹ̀ là ń jẹ lẹ́nìí nísìn. So Ọlọ́run ò ní gbogbo àdúrà tá a ti ń gbà, Ọlọ́run ti gbọ́ àdúrà yẹn. Ó ti gbọ́ àdúrà yẹn in so many ways, but in 2 prominent ways is Aṣíwájú and Alhaji Dangote. Alhaji Dangote has been frustrated for 20 years. Nídìí ọ̀dọ̀ refinery yìí. All the powers that be, they sabotage them, they did privatization, they sabotage them, they went to benefit from what Lagos State government did in Lekki, they tried to sabotage them, they went to Ogun State, they tried to sabotage them. Long story short, we're now where we're at. So the political revolution we need is currently happening in the current administration. And when you only marry, think of the tax law alone. That's a big hit. To pass that tax law and fiscal revolution in Nigeria is like an earthquake. It's a big deal in the Nigerian context. Number 2, Dangote refinery. Nobody in the history of Africa to date has ever put down $20 billion in one go, at one time, in one place. That's a big deal. That's a mighty volcanic eruption economically. And guess what? It's going to go to the stock market this year for everybody to come and participate in it. What's the meaning of that? Another $100 trillion naira added to the stock exchange, added to the Nigerian economy. So the political solution we are looking for is currently happening. The economic revival we are looking for is currently happening. What we need now, we need other stakeholders. We need another 10 Dangotes to be doing the same thing in other sectors. We need other political leaders pushing the same vision that Aṣíwájú is pushing at all levels. If we do that, in 10 years, you will not recognize Nigeria. Because we know that Nigeria is the most diverse country in the world, among one of the most diverse in the world, more diverse than Europe in language, in culture. Resources also lọ rapata, kò sí state tí kò tọ́lọ́wọ́ òfin ṣe ní Nigeria, kò sí region, kò sí ethnicity tọ́lọ́wọ́ òfin ṣe. It's just about building them and growing them. If we do that, like Aṣíwájú is now doing at the political level, Dangote is doing at the economic level, Nigeria is going to transform within a decade. I rest my submission. Thank you.
happened? Matrishan, were you done? I thought you were still going on.
What happened? Matrishan, were you done? I thought you were still going on.
I stopped hearing
Well, I can carry on if you want me to.
I stopped hearing your voice. I stood up, then I didn't hear you any longer. So I thought maybe your mic went off or something.
No, I said that I stopped at I said that what we need is another 10 Dangotes, another 10 Tinubus at different levels, pushing the same level, because what they've done in recent years is a massive earthquake in the context of Nigeria that a lot of people don't really realize that what is a conto tobi, what is a conto lagbaragon, get me? And then look at that in the area of infrastructure that is currently doing with the Chaguri brothers on the Lagos Calabar Highway. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa a kì í ronú wọ́n ní pé ẹni tó bá ronú ẹni tó bá mọ nírò àmọ̀pẹ́ dá. Ọlọ́run ti gbé àwọn bíbélì dìde ní lákàsí ọ̀wọ̀ yìí wọ́n dẹ̀ ń ṣe iṣẹ́ tó tóbi gan. Ó yẹ ká sáré ká rally round pẹ̀lú wọn pé kí làwọn náà lè ṣe láti mirror nǹkan táwọn náà ń ṣe. Tàbá lè leverage the power of continuity and the power of compounding. Nàìjíríà máa gbérí gan, gbogbo region tó wà ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ ló máa gbérí. Ẹ wo nǹkan tí kìíní ṣe ní recently, Hess Holding, they bought 20% of Seplat. That is a big deal. Seplat is a local company. Hess Holding is a local company. Another one in Bonny, they built a new terminal to take out crude oil. It's another indigenous company. A lot is happening in the system. We just need more of our big guys to leverage and do something commensurate and begin to see this fruition that we're looking for. Because I tell you, Nigeria is an El Dorado. We just need the right guys, pushing the right things, and the rest of us rally around and celebrating it. Is it perfect? Of course it's not perfect. Can it be better? Of course it can be. But we have a lot of good things happening right now that we can leverage on.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mouth Tuition. Give me a second, please. Someone says it froze. I apologize. I think it's probably the network or something. But we're good now, I guess. I think.
Yes, sir. Before I go, sir, let me make a point. Can I please encourage our brothers and sisters in Christ? Can I please encourage us that we need to get involved in politics as much as we can? And can we please encourage them also to get involved in business?
Yeah. So I was going to say something, right? I think it was around between 91 and 93. Early 90s, Sha. There was a man, Pastor, you mentioned Pastor Adeboye, so I think I should just say something about that. Pastor Adeboye had this thing where a lot of young people were trying to open up another part of the ministry. So you had people like Pastor Tunde Bakare, you had people like Pastor Tony Rapo. They decided the model parishes, or the model parish of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. Eventually, you had the Papa family. And here's where I'm going. There was a particular period where people like Yemi Osinbajo, Ezekiel Sili, a number of them like that were in that particular space. And I think the pastor at the time was Tony Rapo, who is now the pastor of this present house in Lekki. And he said, excuse me, that he had to get involved in politics. That was in the early 90s. By late 90s, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, I got involved to the point where I was working directly with the governor. Then turned out, eventually became the commissioner for, the Attorney General of Justice of the state, Lagos State, working with Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the time. It didn't even take 15 years. And eventually, by 2015, he emerged vice president. I think the thing we need really, and Kini, I'm not going to lie, it's difficult. That thing that makes you actually project and say the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years, this is what I want to do. This is how we're going to do it. You're going to work with this, you're going to work with that, you're going to get that thing is hard. But that's the only way. I was saying earlier that the old thing about, telling people about the problems will get them to solutions is about 6 months. A very good example, I didn't give an example, but it's important to give examples. if you look, you can find it right now. Look for the Igbo World Congress that was held in the United States in 2015. No, 2014. Let me check.
Don't forget that.
I think it's 2014 or 15.
One day I'll have a session on
Right. Don't forget that. You know, man. One day I'll have a session on this guy, Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu was an APGA in the UK. Umbo, give me a second.
2015.
Yes, I think I saw it just now. I just need to get that date. 2015, yes. It was held in at Los Angeles, World Igbo Congress. In that meeting, that was in 2015, he had moved from Masob to IPOP, riling people up, just cursing people out, insulting them, telling them that the only solution is whatever he thought was the solution. Now, by the Igbo World Congress, and in case you have not listened to it, you know what? Let me play you something so that you understand why I sound the way I do. I'll play you something from that Congress. Just... this is longer. I'll play you a short one. A shorter one. There's a longer one. There's a full stuff. But I'm just going to... Give me a second. Let me look for it on the other device and then I'll play it for you. I don't have to tell you about the rhetoric of Nnamdi Kanu. You already know. You know the things he said and how he said the things he said. But I want to play you something. Oh, sorry, YouTube. I've not been seeing what you were typing, but I'm seeing it right now. I'm going to read them in a bit. Give me a second. A moment, I should say. All right, take a listen to this one.
Because when we say Biafra, it embodies everybody born by a woman that ties two-piece wrapper. That's the sense of Biafra. Once your mother wears two-piece wrapper, you are a Biafra. These are the things that we must acknowledge when we begin to discuss or to begin to characterize where we come from and what we represent as a people. Very, very critical indeed. My answer, as always, will be, is to come on an age. I have come here exactly the same way that Golda Meir did when Israel was being formed. She came to America to speak to the Jews in America to tell them about their duty and obligation to save the embryonic state of Israel. Today, I have come here to do exactly the same thing, to tell that you hold the key to unlock, in fact, to unchain Biafra from the damnation called Nigeria. You have what it takes. I'm not talking about the whole of America, I'm even talking about those of you who are here in this very hall today. Gathered. You have what it takes to set us free. And if you fail to apply yourself to that, if you fail this very historic opportunity to not only set the record straight, but to make sure you actually get...
Sorry, that was a longer version, actually. That was a longer version. But at least it's also good to hear that part. But let me play the one... Mambo. It's here, but I can't see it here. Mambo. Great. Great. Okay, I found it.
If we miss this golden opportunity, we are bound to suffer in time to come. I have not come, of course, we love all of you. I like the fact that you're doing very well, all of you in America. There is one more thing that you must do. You must come out to support what you're doing. We need guns and we need bullets.
You must come out to support what we are doing. We have to take advantage of this golden opportunity as soon as well. Then he said they needed guns, they needed bullets. This was 2015.
That's so much. That's why we name the human being a mad. That's why we don't kill. To kill somebody is very difficult for us. So to ask a gathering of people to please that we need guns and bullets and weapons will be very, very difficult for you to digest. But without it, our side will overrun us. They have succeeded in planting a culture in Imo State. One big, massive problem we have. The same thing that happened to be in Akwa Ibom. If they succeed in triangulating, because in life everything is in triangle, if they get away, if they take Ibocha, Port Harcourt, then we are finished as a people. Completely gone as a race. You will come back home, you don't know the way to your father's compound because they are coming. Program is everywhere in Biafra land. They will overrun us in a matter of minutes. And the world will not talk about it because mankind is afraid of Biafra. They believe that Biafra, after Biafra comes, the world will come to an end. Ask any wise man, they will tell you. They believe that Biafra is the last miracle. Once it comes, life will come to an end as we know it. They will know that they are wrong. We know that this very promise that was made to us a long time ago, only if we go back to the Most High, will we realize our potential must be seen in our lifetime. We have the potential in this room to do it, only if we can rise up to that very challenge. That is why the same way that Israel stood against every God is how Biafra is going to stand, not just as a pinnacle to the survivability of the people who are downtrodden, people who we are pressed down for very long, but as a willing testimony to the kindness and the goodness of the Most High Biafra. I thank you all very much for listening, and I do hope in time to come you bring yourself to appreciate what we are doing. Thank you very much.
What, maybe I didn't understand. What exactly is the objective of your movement, number one? You made mention of the 22nd of this month.
Yes.
What will happen? I didn't get to hear exactly what ECA meant the 22nd of this month. And then the third one is that you make mention of you will need arms and
yes, yes,
so I really need to understand these three things.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me start from the last one, please. Following from what the person our brother asked. On Sunday, the 30th of August, our people came out from evangelize to preach to others about the need for us to get Biafra. And on the orders of Buhari, they were shot dead. And you will know that P2B in 2005, 2006 ordered the army to do something at the same place when members of the Master were shot to pieces because they felt that you can kill them. Igbo people don't care, which is a matter of fact. They don't care about each other, that is true. We may gather once in a while to eat, to party, and to drink. But when our people die, nobody cares about them, nobody talks about them. Now, from that, we now know that the best way to defend yourself is to be armed. Because Boko Haram is everywhere in the zoo, police in the zoo, army in the zoo, navy, zoo, by the way, Nigeria.
Let's just stop. It's still longer, but let's just stop. So, you see the rhetoric of zoo, zoo, zoo. Once you say it's a zoo, Boko Haram is a zoo, police in the zoo, army in the zoo, how do you deal with zoos? You get guns in the zoo. So, it didn't even take so long. And by the way, he's saying this in 2015. Doesn't mean that that's the first time he's saying it. That's why I said, maybe one of these days we should do a study on Sinn Féin. Let me just say this. Do I think that Nigeria is a burden on Yoruba people? Absolutely. 100%. I sit down sometimes and just feel sad that this is where we are as a people. Because when you look at South Korea, look at Singapore, in one generation, they went from third world to first world. They had it worse than us in 1965 when they got their independence. Nigeria was better than Singapore. Singapore was just a small place. How many are they? Even now, just about 6 million people. Everybody there is like everybody in your state. They're not even up to people in your state, let alone Lagos. But they had a structure and stuff, and so it makes me sad sometimes that this is what we as Yoruba people, and Nigeria is a huge, all these things about quota system, all these things, Yoruba people have never favored that kind of thing. You know what? I think we're going to just go to the topic right now. Let's just create this. Let's just move on straight into it. The mindset of our forebears, of our founding fathers, and by founding father, primarily Yoruba land, that would be our law, is to create a first world country for Nigeria, but nation for his own people, Yoruba people, and it was on that trajectory. It was doing very well. Nigeria is holding us back. But you see, this is where we are right now. So the way out is not necessarily to just say, oh, it's holding us back, therefore cut it off. some things have developed over the years that you have to gently untangle yourself. Instead of saying, I'm going to just cut it off. When you cut it off, you cut part of you into whatever you're cutting off. So it takes a lot of skill, a lot of tact to get some of these things done. And what I'm saying right now may sound very, why not, why don't you just go? It's because I've seen those who went that way, and there's nothing to really enjoy, there's nothing they've given to us apart from just getting us riled up. While Malnutrition was talking, I was looking at this thing about Sinn Féin, but if we get into it, it's not today's topic, but we're going to get into that much later. Now, let's get into today's topic. Today, we're supposed to discuss 1948 Zik and the mayor of Enugu, but it's already 6 minutes to 8 p.m. So we're still going to talk about something, but not everything. So let's start with, let's start from mayor of Enugu to 1948. Oftentimes when you have conversations with folks from the Southeast, you are told that you are a tribalist, if you're a Yoruba person, for saying how things should be done in your region. You are told that you don't really like unity, that you prefer to just have your own place because you guys, like your father or fathers, you are a tribalist. Number one, our fathers were not tribalists. Number two, if you say they are tribalists and you say I do like them, that's a compliment. It means I'm not a bastard. The truth of the matter is that everybody must understand how things work in their homes. But when they say these things, they give an example. For the most part, they say, oh, you Yoruba people, you don't allow people from other places to represent political, they don't take political seats in Yoruba land. But in their own place, they had a man called Altine. His name is actually, full name is Umar Altine. That he was the mayor of Enugu in 1951. I've been in some conversations I've listened to some conversations where as soon as they say that thing, the Yoruba person just feel, once it gets me. So you go down when you're 51, Yoruba people did not do it. Yeah, that means that Yoruba people are tribalist. Number one, Yoruba people cannot be tribalist in Nigeria to other groups. Why? Because we are not a tribe. To be a tribalist, you have to be a tribe. We are not a tribe. We are an ethnic nationality. And protecting your space, protecting your heritage and culture is what everybody in the world calls nationalism. And that's what you see in Scotland, for instance. There are people who may be doing bigotry, that's not what I do. Of course, you will be able to tell. To protect your heritage, protect your culture, doesn't mean you hate anybody. It just means that you want to take care of your own home. That's number one. Number two, whenever they use this thing about Umar Altine, I think it actually gets people off, and they think that the Igbos did something that no other person did. That's a lie. If they say one of the achievements is having a mayor, a Fulani mayor in Enugu in 1951, is it an achievement? Yes, it is. Should I celebrate the fact that they were able to do that? I mean, it's okay. It's something good to celebrate. But once it becomes once it becomes something to score a cheap point or to make to create an agenda, then it falls flat because it's not special. Now, in recent times, we've had Igbo people, especially in Lagos, represent some parts of Lagos in the House of Assembly and also in House of Rep. So we've had people in House of Assembly constituencies. We've also had people in federal constituencies who were not Yoruba. But let's not start with what's happening recently. Let's go back to the time, because they'll say, that's just recent now. So let's go back to 1951. When you hear about Umar Altine, me, personally, I think it was fantastic that he was able to become a mayor. However he got there. He was a member of NCNC. However he got there, he was a mayor. But it's important to say two things. Number one, you have to ask the question, what happened to him afterwards? A while back, I was able to get my hands on that title. Let me find it. On the Senate, I think it was plenary. I have it open here so I can quickly find you the name. On the plenaries that they had in 1965 and 1966. Give me a second. Senate debates, yeah. Senate debates 1965 to 1966, the first session, comprising period 24 to 26 March, 28 to 30th April, and May of 65. And in that document that I happened upon a while back, I saw some things that happened to Altine that, and I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but it's Altine, that made me realize that these people are using his name to score cheap political points, but they'll never tell you what they did to him afterwards. We're going to talk about it today. But before we talk about that, let's talk about what was happening in Yoruba land in 1951. I've mentioned this here before, but it's good to repeat it. Number one is this. A number of people who were not Yoruba decided to run in Yoruba land to represent part of Yoruba land in Ibadan, in the Western Region Parliament. The most popular of them all was Nnamdi Azikiwe. Azikiwe chose to run to become a representative in Ibadan, the same year that Altine became the mayor in Enugu. That's why I said there's nothing special about what they're saying. They tell you that, they did not let Azikiwe win. Azikiwe did not win because your people were tribalists. Did that really happen? Is that what happened? The answer is no. How do I know? Because I read his autobiography. I'm going to start with his autobiography, then I'm going to tell you what really happened in the 1951 election. We've had this session before, but I think it's important to go back to it if you want to talk about this Umaru Altine matter. So let's start with my Odyssey. And that was Zeke's autobiography that was published in 1970. So I'm going to get to that one, and then I'm going to open okay. Just give me a second. Okay, found it. Okay. I want to open in two at the same time, so it becomes very easy for me to navigate. I'll find it in the other book. Okay, found it. Perfect. All right, let's start with Zeke's own book. So we hear from the horse's mouth, right? So I call the book, he calls the book, which is what it was, My Odyssey. So let's read Zeke's own words. Did Zeke win that election, or did Yoruba people decide not to vote for him because Yoruba people, your fathers were tribalists and bigots and so on and so forth, like they say? Is that what really happened? That did not happen. So let's read what Zeke said. Again, this book is called My Odyssey. It was published in 1970. It's Azikiwe's autobiography. That means he wrote it himself. Towards the end of 1951, I stood for another election, this time to the Western House of Assembly, not the Federal Parliament. You see, at this time in Nigeria's history, we had the Macpherson Constitution, and the idea basically was that to get into the Federal Parliament, you had to first go to the regional parliament. It was the regional guys who would then, send you, so to speak, to represent your space or your region at the Federal Parliament. We're going to read all of that very soon. So when he said he went to the Western House of Assembly, he mentioned it very clearly. Western House, not Federal House. And the Western House of Assembly is in a place called Agodi in Ibadan. There was no federal capital there was no federal capital territory in the way we know it today anyway. That did not exist until 1954. There was a place for administration and all of those things, but the way we know it now was actually in 54, but we'll talk about all of that later. Let's get back to this. So this is Zeke. Towards the end of 1951, I stood for another election, this time to the Western House of Assembly as a representative of Lagos. What does this mean? Lagos is a place, not a state. There was no state called Lagos in 1951. There was no Lagos state until 1967. And that's why somebody reached out to me. Somebody said something about Lagos or some ridiculous thing the other day, and I said, there are many Lagoses. There's Lagos Island. There's Lagos, Lagos the colony. There's Lagos City. There's Lagos, the capital of Nigeria. There's Lagos State. And that island self, you get two meaning now. There's island that is island. There's another island that is anything from Obalende to Epe. You see island to some people. So there are many Lagoses. So the Lagos is talking about here was the town or the city. Right? So it was representing Lagos, but that Lagos was under Western region. So that means that he will be going to Ibadan to represent that part of Lagos. Okay, so let me just go back and read that again. Towards the end of 1951, I stood for another election, this time to the Western House of Assembly as a representative of Lagos under the McPherson Constitution, and I topped the poll. The NCNC was under the impression that it had won the election with 43 members out of 80. As it turned out, 20 of the legislators were known or regarded as NCNC members or supporters or sympathizers decided to align themselves with another party. Now, very quickly, what does this mean? Number one, he was going to Ibadan. Number two, he was expecting that many people would win. And then he said something I've spoken about here before. He was under the impression. The NCNC was under the impression. I've said it before, there is no sane politician who goes to war or goes to the polls assuming that people are going to vote for him, and then when they don't vote, or assuming that certain people are going to be in his party, and when they win and they don't join his party, you now say that we're under the impression that we won, but we didn't have those people, therefore they are tribalists. So let's quickly make something clear. Did Azikiwe run in Western region? He did. Did he win? He said he did, and he did. He won. So 51 that people are talking about, Umar Oltene did something in Enugu. Azikiwe won a seat in Ibadan, in Lagos, to represent that place in Ibadan, and he won. But what's the issue? Why are they always angry with you on this Azikiwe matter and calling you a tribalist? There's a book by Kingsley Badiwe, and that book is one of the reasons I don't really respect that man, because it's a propaganda tool, by the way. It's called The Rebirth of a Nation, and in that book he repeated what they've always said about Awo. I didn't plan to read that book before, but just in case how many of us have read the book? Let me just ask. Maybe this will help me. If you've read Rebirth of a Nation before, please let me see. Just say yes in the comment section. Okay, if you haven't read it, say no.
I'm not saying anyway. I want to make sure that
I'm going to read to you something. One of the issues that they had. I'm not saying anyway. I want to make sure that we are all together, so that we will be able to learn together. We are all learning. Okay, I see a lot of no's. Okay. So the book is called The Rebirth of a Nation. It was published in, I think, was 1989. All right. It was in this book. I'm opening. I'm just looking for the page now. It was in this book that the man called Awolowo a tribalist, and he said that because, according to him, Awolowo did not want. One second. Okay, let me read some of this. Let me read something to you here. It says here. One will note here that Chief Obafemi Awolowo attended all the sessions of the National Rebirth Committee and participated fully. In one of the motions in the committee, he moved for the dissolution of both the Nigerian Youth Movement and the NCNC and suggested the establishment of a new political party. The motion was, however, rejected. That was not what happened, by the way. If I want to go into this, I have to read down that book. Let's just go on. We will have another session to debunk. The sad part about Igbo books is that you will spend most time trying to debunk what they are saying. So it's difficult to even refer to the book itself. So let me just look for the part that I won't have to debunk, I beg. But it's a shame, like if you're from the South, it's like one cannot read books from your elders without having to spend so much time trying to. All right, let me read something here. Okay. So this is what happened in 1951. It says the McPherson Constitution of 1951 represented the British relation to the prolonged and sustained agitation of the nationalist front and so on and so forth. So let's just move very quickly. Okay, fine. Following on the heels of all the above agitations and representations by the Nigerian National Front, it could then be said that the Macpherson Constitution was the best that the British could offer the country at that material time. It was its boldest attempt since colonial rule began in Nigeria. The Macpherson Constitution provided for regional houses of assembly, a House of Representatives, and a Council of Ministers. It therefore decided to bring into one hub all the various elements and sections that made up Nigeria. The regional houses were made so attractive that they provided for a leader of government business and later the premiers of the regions. So, leader of government business and later the premiers of the regions. Titi Lagos said the book was published in 1989, Awo died in 1987, and so could not make a rebuttal. Well, the beautiful part is that every single thing they insulted him about, he had already written about it written about parts of it in 1960, and he gave birth to ideological children who also wrote books to respond to the nonsense that they said here. So he says here, where was I? The regional houses were made so attractive that they provided for a leader of government business and later the premiers of the regions. But the center was still dominated by British. By the British. There's a page that's missing, but I can't. Jesus is Lord. Let's just go on. The event of carpet crossing marked the very first tragic scar on Nigerian political process, from which Nigerians have never recovered till this day. Tribalism scored its greatest ugly victory. Chief Awolowo reaped its fruit temporarily, but the strategy branded him as... I'll take that again. Chief Awolowo reaped its fruit temporarily, but the strategy branded him a tribalist till his death in 1987. Regionalism, as created by the Macpherson Constitution, achieved its objective of divide and rule. It seemed a defeat for those who preached the unity of Nigeria and a triumph for the Action Group, which never pretended its stand for regionalism. When the late Chief Awolowo launched himself into a national as against regional leader, Nigeria did not forget. All his virtues as a leader, and there were many, would have won him the presidency, but for tribalism. On death, he was described as the best president Nigeria never had. So what was he talking about? He's talking about the fact that Awolowo was actually the one who used tribalism to cause carpet crossing. We are going somewhere with this, so please stay with me.
I want to show you a pattern.
I remember that on that book. I think it's going to help the conversation. I want to show you a pattern because when you speak, sometimes you hear things like, "Oh, somebody said it here the other day. You're using the worst of us, to make a point about us." So it's important to be very careful not to use the worst of people to make that point. We should be using the best of them and what they actually said. So I read, that was Kislin Badiwe and what he said about Awolowo. I'm going to read to you Chinua Achebe. This page, there's a page I opened in this book. One of these days we'll talk about it. They call it the Igbo problem. They said the only thing Nigerians would agree on is to victimize the people. They like to be victims so badly. Give me a second.
All right. This is from a book called The Trouble with Nigeria. This book was published in
All right. This is from a book called The Trouble with Nigeria by Chinua Achebe. This book was published in 1983. I mentioned these years because I think it's important to mention them. In the lifetime of many Nigerians who still enjoy an active public career, let me start from the beginning of this chapter. Nothing in Nigeria's political history captures a problem of national integration more geographically than the checkered fortune of the word tribe in a vocabulary. Tribe has been accepted at one time as a friend, rejected as an enemy at another, and finally smuggled in through the back door as an accomplice. In the lifetime, one second please, there's a lunatic who usually comes in here. The last time you came, I answered you because I thought you had some sense, but right now, I discovered that you're actually a very stupid person. In the lifetime of many Nigerians who still enjoy an active public career, Nigeria was called a mere geographical expression, not only by the British, who had an interest in keeping it so, but even by our quote-unquote nationalists, when it suited them to retreat into tribe, to check their more successful rivals from other parts of the country. As a student in Ibadan, I was an eyewitness to that momentous occasion when Chief Obafemi Awolowo stole, in quote, the leadership of Western Nigeria from Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe in broad daylight. on the floor of the Western House of Assembly and sent the great Zik scampering back to the Niger whence he came. Someday we shall have outgrown tribal politics, or when our children shall have done so, sober historians of the Nigerian nation will see that event as the abortion of a pan-Nigerian vision, which, however ineptly, the NCNC tried to have and to hold. Why did I read that? Just to tell you that there's a pattern where the best of them look for tribalism in every part. So whatever you see on X today, whatever you see on social media, people calling you a tribalist, it didn't start today. They started actually before then. They started in 1937 and they became very loud in 1948. That's where we're supposed to start from actually in today's session, but because of time, we'll go back to 48 maybe on Monday. What you've seen here basically is that you've seen Mbadiwe, who was a minister right in the 1960s and who was trying to become the prime minister on the 16th of January 1966. And then you have, on the other hand, Chinua Achebe, who is supposed to be one of the brightest minds from there, saying that the person they want to accuse of tribalism is Awolowo because he sends Zik away from his region. Now, number one, we have to first ask the question, did Zik win any votes to get to Ibadan? And the answer is yes. If Yoruba people are so tribalistic, as exemplified by Awo, why on earth or how on earth did Zik win that seat? Since we're just these bigoted people, how did Zik win a seat to go to Ibadan and represent people in Lagos? Again, there was no Lagos State. Lagos, I'm talking Lagos, Eko. The fact that they voted for him is actually proof that they're not the bigots they are calling them. But I should say this. If you're looking for bigots, it's the people that call you bigots that are actually the bigots. So the question is, what really happened in 1951? We'll talk about it very quickly, and I'm going to read to you what happened to Ortine and what bigotry and tribalism actually caused in the southeast. So the Fulani man, who they always shout has been the mayor of Enugu in 1951. So let's go to the book that talks about what really happened with Zik and the fact that it wasn't about tribalism sending Zik back, it was about common sense and politics. Now, before we go to the other book, remember what Zik said in his book. He said that they were under the impression that they were going to have, let me read to you, the NCNC was under the impression that it had won the election with 43 members out of 80. In other words, they thought they would win, not that they had won, right? And then they discovered that they only had 20 seats. Sorry, they only had 23 seats. And because of that, they will say, oh, your people were tribalists. But the people they talked about at the time, some of those people he mentioned, people like Akinloye, people like, he said Chief AMA Akinloye was a candidate supported by the Mabolaje NCNC Alliance at Ibadan. Chiefs Abodering, Akinbiyi, and Lanleyin were also supported by the Mabolaje NCNC Alliance at Ibadan. Only the late Alhaji Adegoke Adelabu, also of the Mabolaje NCNC Alliance, associated with the NCNC after the election. So he's talking about the fact that they had something they were running in Ibadan, and they expected that all these people I just mentioned, people like Akinloye, Akinbiyi, Lanleyin, Abodering, and Adegoke Adelabu, that's Menkelemes, all of them would be part of NCNC, but only Adegoke Adelabu joined them. Therefore, these other people did what they did, going by what the other people are saying, by the way, tribalism. But what really happened, I think, is important for us to also learn what really happened. So let's go to the book by Olaiwola Beguri. And the book is actually called The Political Philosophy of Obafemi Awolowo. The Political Philosophy of Chief Obafemi Awolowo by Olaiwola Beguri. The 1951 parliamentary elections was contested by two main political parties. Excuse me. The 1951 parliamentary elections was contested by two main political parties. Let's get into it. The 1951 parliamentary elections was contested by two main political parties. The Action Group and the NCNC vied for supremacy in the Western Nigeria. Although there were other local parties, mostly cultural organizations without affiliation to the AG or the NCNC before the elections. Remember that word. There were other groups without affiliation. They were not in AG, they were not in NCNC. So it says there were other local parties, mostly cultural organizations without affiliation to the AG or the NCNC before the elections. Some of these local organizations were Ibadan People's Party, IPP, and Ibadan Citizens Council, ICC, in Ibadan, Ondo Improvement League in Ondo, Otuedo in Benin, Nigeria People's Congress in Lagos. Before the elections, please pay attention. Before the elections, the Public Relations Officer of the Nigerian government, Mr. Harold Cooper, wrote to all political parties contesting the elections to make known names of their candidates for the final elections to the House of Assembly. In addition, Mr. Cooper told newsmen at the press conference that, quote, this would help his department to identify the party to which elected candidates belong when issuing press releases or broadcasting results of the final election on Monday, September 22. It is understood that letters have been dispatched to the secretariats of the NCNC, the Action Group, the Nigerian People's Congress, and other parties contesting the elections. The Action Group submitted its list of candidates, while the NCNC did not submit or publish the names of its candidates. Who is leading NCNC? Azikiwe. They are the ones under the ridiculous impression. AG submitted the list of the candidates and even published the names of the candidates. NCNC did not. In addition, the Action Group list was released before the final elections and published in the Daily Service and the Nigerian Tribune on and before the September 24, 1951, the day of the final election in most parts of the West. Chief A.M.A. Akinloye, these were the names that Zik mentioned in his own autobiography. Chief A.M.A. Akinloye, Chief Moyo Aboderin, Chief D.T. Akinbiyi, Chief S.O. Lanleyin, Chief S.A. Akinyemi, and Alhaji Adekoke Adelabu all contested on Ibadan People's Party, Egbe Omo Ibile platform, and won. They were independent of both the AG and the NCNC. Only Alhaji Adelabu went with the NCNC. According to Chief Aboderin, this is what Aboderin said. Dr. Azikiwe has sent telegrams to all the 6 elected members of Ibadan People's Party, urging them to join his party after they had won. No, they were not NCNC members, so they went on the platform of IPP. After they had won, Zik then reached out to them and said, come and join the NCNC. Dr. Azikiwe had sent telegrams to all the 6 elected members of the Ibadan People's Party, urging them to join his party, the NCNC. Dr. Azikiwe's strategy was, however, faulty, since he relied mostly on Adelabu and Akinloye, and thought that by getting the 2 of them, he would be able to switch the other members to his camp. I favored the Action Group, and I succeeded in getting all the members with the exception of Adelabu to the Action Group. The popular idea that the IPP cross-carpeted, which was what you read in the book by Mbadiwe and Chino Achebe. These are the best minds in Ebola, by the way. The popular idea that the IPP cross-carpeted from the NCNC to the Action Group is therefore erroneous. They could not cross-carpet from NCNC to Action Group because they were never in NCNC to begin with. So what you have basically is you have 2 big political parties, AG on one hand, NCNC on the other hand. Then you have the smaller parties. And so you have folks in different towns who were not affiliated with either AG or NCNC, who would run on, let's say, IPP or Otuedo or whatever party, and they won. Some even went as independent candidates. E.g. Chief Odutola in Ijebu-Ode, he went there as an independent, he ran as an independent candidate, and he won. It was after he won, we're going to read it later, it was after he won that he then joined Action Group. When people from the East tell you about cross-carpeting, they are telling you about the people who were never a part of their party, who won as independent candidates or won on the platform of smaller parties, and then the big parties then decided to begin to woo them. Action Group was wooing them, NCNC was wooing them. They then decided to go with AG, and the only thing the folks in NCNC, mostly Igbos, could say is the fact that they went to AG because Awolowo had used tribalism to get them, and that they cross-carpeted. How could they cross-carpet when they were not even on your carpet to start with, or when you on your side of the carpet to start with? Stay with me. At the close of the election on September 24, 1951, the Action Group, judging by its list of candidates released before the election, had won 38 out of 72 seats contested. 3 days later, 3 candidates who contested as independent and won joined forces with their colleagues to sign the Action Group Pact of Loyalty. They were Alhaji D.S. Adegbenro, Egba Division, J.O. Oshuntokun Ekiti Division, and S.O. Hassan Ekpe Division, making AG 41 seats. Chief Adeola Odutola contested and won as an independent in Ijebu-Ode, and after the election, declared for the AG. Chief Adeola Odutola's declaration for the action group was announced by Chief Bode Thomas in the Daily Times of November 1, 1951. In addition, the 3 Otu Edo members, including S.O. Igudaro, Benin Province, won on the platform of the local party, and they also declared for the action group. The Western Regional Elections of November 1951 gave the Action Group a majority of victory of 44 seats out of 75 seats in the Western Nigeria House of Assembly. Only in Lagos were the 5 seats won by the NCNC, led by Nnamdi Azikiwe, and there were internal squabbles and indiscipline within the party, which led to all the 5 NCNC legislators contesting among themselves for the 2 seats allocated to Lagos in the House of Representatives. I'll quickly explain that part. You see, back then, again, 1951, it was McPherson Constitution. Before then, we had Richards. So, with McPherson Constitution, you have folks that will go to the regional House of Assembly. When they now get there, they will now be, like I used the word, sent to the House of Reps, essentially. Now, Lagos had 2 seats allocated to them in the House of Representatives. 5 people are representing Lagos in Ibadan. Oh, we're good. I think I'm running ahead of myself, but let me just say, I'll say it briefly, then we'll read it more later. 5 people are representing different parts of Lagos in Ibadan. So think of it like House of Assembly in your state today. So you have House of Assembly members from different parts of your state. They are all in the capital. If you're, whatever your state, they'll be in the state capital. That's where the House of Assembly is. Now imagine that you can now pick from amongst them and send them to Abuja, House of Reps in Abuja, and they'll be representing you based on the fact that they won their seat in the House of Assembly. Remember, it was parliamentary. It wasn't presidential at the time. So there were 2 seats for them, but there were 5 representatives from Lagos, and all of them were in NCNC. Remember, all of them were in NCNC. None of them was an AG, none of them was an independent candidate. They all won on the platform of NCNC, and Zik was one of them, and it was Igbo, and it was the leader of the party since after Robert Macaulay died. If you were a leader of the party, and your people, 5 of you, won, but you need only 2 people to go to House of Representatives. My question to you, ladies and gentlemen, is what will you do? Would you leave it to the opposition or the general house to make that decision, or would you discuss amongst yourself as a party, amongst 5 of you at least? I think the sensible thing would be to discuss among yourself. Like, you don't want to even get the outsiders to discuss to help you decide who should represent your party in the House of Representatives. Well, Zeke did not do that. We're going to read more. Let's go on. So in Lagos, there were 5 seats, and those 5 seats were won by the NCNC, led by Nnamdi Azikiwe. And there were internal squabbles and indiscipline within the party, which led to all the 5 NCNC legislators contesting among themselves for the 2 seats allocated in Lagos. So what's happening basically is that all the 5 of them wanted the 2 seats, including the Oga Zik. I mean, they were lying. You are leading a group. You have 4 others. You have 5. You have 1, but you have another seat at the center, and only 2 of you can go. You, Oga, you want to go. Every one of the other 4 also wants to go, but you blame Action Group for what happened later. What happened later, we're going to get to that in a bit. Let's go on. So he says here, while the 1951 elections became the seeds of discord, the results in Lagos, as recorded in the Daily Times of November 22, 1951, had noted that, quote, the election result was a disappointment to the NCNC, whose leader, Nnamdi Azikiwe, had anticipated a majority in the regional and central federal legislature prior to the election. Azikiwe declared that he would not accept a ministerial post in an inferior legislature of the colonial type. End of quote. The loss crippled the plan of the NCNC leader to paralyze the machinery of government, which will lead to the reformulation of a new constitution for Nigeria. They wanted something new apart from our present constitution, but that's not today's topic. Obviously, the election outcome gave a majority to the Action Group, meaning that the NCNC could not form the Western Regional Government as Nnamdi Azikiwe had hoped. What does that mean? If they were the majority, Zeke could have become the leader of government business. See, at the time, 1951 to 52, we did not have premiers.
Did not have premiers until 1954. So in
Excuse me.
1951, 52,
The regions did not have premiers until 1954. So in 1951, 52, the best you would have had would be a leader of government business. And that was what Awolowo became in Western region. Leader of government business from 52 to 54, then premier from 54 to 59. Okay? By the way, that was all that Awolowo spent in power in Western region. That was all. And we're still talking about him in 2025. Is that not amazing?
Because they didn't have the majority.
So, because they couldn't formulate, or they couldn't, because they didn't have the majority, they were not the majority in the action group. Therefore, they could not form the Western Regional Government. And what would have happened is that we would have had Azikiwe as the leader of the region. If you call me a tribalist for saying this, that's your business. That makes no sense. It makes no sense for Zeke to be the premier of the Western region. Oh, I said 2025, Abi. I'm getting there. 2026. Thank you. Nigeria must rise up again. Thank you. 2026. So this is 2026, and we're still talking about what Awolowo did. Thank you for that correction. Where was I? I was saying that it would be wrong for Zeke to be the leader of government business in Western region. Why did I say that? When we discuss what happened between 1937 and 1948, voila, you understand why I said so. And if you think, let me say this, if you think about just the fact that they had the election, they didn't want him, you will call us tribalists because you are dumb. And I'm not apologizing. So all your elders have called us tribalists for what happened in 51, they are dumb. No apologies, and I'll tell you why. Because what they've done is to take an event out of context. You cannot spend the last 13, 14 years trying to denigrate the people, looking for a way to dominate them in their own land, and then when they had the opportunity to vote, they should make you their head. In other words, if you're looking at the event of 1951, you can say, these guys are tribalists. But that's because you're not thinking beyond that date. From 1937, Zeke had done a lot of work using his newspaper, because his paper was like Facebook of the time. Everybody used it. It was like Instagram, like TikTok. It was the paper that people read. And he had used that to push his ethnic group and to reduce other groups, particularly the Yoruba group. And it became very clear and obvious that he was targeting Yoruba people by 1948. I mean, it was always there, but by 48, all gloves were off. And there's no way I'm going to talk about this without going back to that. So even though that we're not going to go deep into it, I have to mention something that happened in 48 to give us context, because if I say that, if I just say it, one second. So so let me quickly go back. If you were here on Wednesday, we read some news articles, right, from West African pilots from 1937, 38, 39, 1940, and so on and so forth. And what you noticed was that Zeke began to use his newspapers to push the Igbo identity as the major one in Nigeria. And this is what I mean. See, before 37, there were a number of newspapers in Lagos, in Nigeria, but the base was mostly Lagos. There was Nigerian Daily Times, there was Nigerian Telegraph, and then there was Lagos Daily News. Those three. There were others, but those were the three major ones: Nigerian Daily Times, Nigerian Telegraph, and Lagos Daily News. Now, they would report things that were happening in Nigeria at the time from the perspective of nationalists. Most of these people belonged to the Nigerian youth movement, and they were nationalists. They were thinking of the best for Nigeria. And I mentioned it here before. To understand the nationalist movement, you also have to go back a bit, right, to the last decade of the 19th century, the 1890s. Actually, it began in the 1860s, but it became very loud in the 1890s, when Yoruba people began to push against the imperialist interpretation of scripture. It's not in the church, by the way. Yoruba Christians began to push against, the things that Oyinbo Christians were doing. They didn't want them to, become leaders in the church. After Ajayi Crowther became leader, I think that was in 1864, thereabout. After him, and a lot of politics, went on. They would start giving us new interpretation of scriptures that demean black people and things like that. And Yoruba people began to fight against that and say, you know what, we are Christians, but this is your cultural thing that you're doing. You're trying to impose your culture on us and also take away from us our agency as a people. So they decided what Professor J.F. Adiajayi calls cultural activism. So they will come to church, but they will sing Yoruba songs rather than sing the hymns. They will come to church, they would use Yoruba language in their liturgy. They will have Yoruba airs, right? They call it native airs, Yoruba songs. You know, they will bring Yoruba drums, traditional drums, musical instruments into church, just to make it theirs. They still believe in Jesus Christ, they believe in Christianity, but they didn't want to be subject to the European idea of what an African man should be. That thing they started in the late 1800s eventually led to, there was something called the United Native Churches that started. The Baptist Church also broke away, and then by 1901 we had the African Church that started in Lagos on the island. Now, from then on, different groups began to come out. So you had entertainers, so actors, the plays that we're doing in church. We're still on politics, so stay with me. The plays began to look more like I was more African, although the stories were still Bible stories, but they were delivered as Yoruba people. The music, so entertainers began to flow out of them. That's why I said to some people the other day that the first plays that Ogunde actually staged were in church. And someone says, "Is it lies?" And I'm like, okay, let me show you a book. So I referred. There's a book called The History of Theatre in Africa. There are other books, by the way, but that's the truth. It was still a policeman. That's Iba Tokunde. But they would have plays in church. And it wasn't the first person, by the way. There were others, but that was what happened at the time. But as it was affecting music and theater and things like that, it was also affecting politics. People began to want more in society. They didn't want to be subservient to the European in their own land. So they began to push for stuff. And that's why you notice that one of the people that started the nationalist movement in Nigeria, in terms of going from church to now talking about politics, was Ajayi Crowther's own grandson. Ajayi Crowther at the beginning did not want to be part of the whole thing because it was like, okay, let's take the good and leave the bad. When they showed him Pepe, he moved out of the Anglican church and went with the African guys. They called it the African church. His own grandson is Herbert Macaulay, who started the NNDP in 1923. Now, I'm saying that to say this. The old idea of nationalism began with Yoruba folks in Nigeria. But even then, they didn't push the Yoruba. They used the Yoruba culture and everything, but as soon as they started discussing Nigerian politics, they spoke less of Yoruba and spoke more of Nigeria. Oh, the Nigerian that did this. Oh, the Nigerian did, or the African man did this. And that's why I said the other day, if you remember, when you look at the charter of the Nigerian youth movement that began in 1934, it began as Lagos Youth Movement in 1934. It began because of, the issue with Yabatek at the time. Yabatek is actually very old, though. It was called Yaba Higher College at the time, when the certificate was inferior to that you get in the UK, and youths wanted something better. Now, here's where I'm going. One of the things they wanted in the Nigerian youth movement was the Africanization of the civil service. So they will use words like, think about it, they didn't say indigenization of the civil service, they said Africanization. So they use words like Africanization, Nigerianization, we want Nigeria, we want this nationalist Shah, because it was the first nationalist organization for the young people. All that to reach you to now say this. 1937, Zeke returns from Ghana. He had some issues in Ghana, some things happened, but sorry for another day. He returns to Lagos. Now, he had been in Lagos in 1934. People had noticed him as a speaker, and he was a fantastic speaker at 30 years old. He could hold the audience spellbound, and so they liked him. 1937, when he returned, by the time he returned in 1937, there was already a Nigerian youth movement. And they were preparing for an election that will take, in 1937, that will get them into 38, 1937, 38. And Zeke was part of them, so there was one of the orators. They were speaking and getting votes, and they made him one of their members. Now, I'm going somewhere. That same year, he started a newspaper called West African Pilot. The West African Pilot became, I remember where we were coming from. I was talking to you about the fact that we had Nigerian Telegraph, Nigerian Daily Times, and Lagos Daily News. They were already there. So you had people like Ernest Ekoli who were already editing. Awolowo had stopped writing at the time. It was Awolowo, Akintola, by the way, they were all writing for daily service at the time, or Telegraph. I think they wrote, okay, service came later, but they wrote for Telegraph, for Ernest Ekoli. Anyway, the point is, when Zik started his paper, he had a language that nobody had ever seen before in media in Nigeria. So his paper was what pulled everyone in, right? People would even leave their government jobs where they would get pension, or they would leave to go and work for West African Pilot, because it was where everything was happening. That was in 37. As soon as the paper began to gain traction and became the one that everybody wanted to read, Zik began to deviate from what the nationalists would do. When they would say things like, Nigerian did this, an African did this. For instance, if you achieved something, say maybe you have a degree in law or whatever, they will say, oh, first Nigerian to do something, an African man has accomplished something. Just something that brought everybody together. The first person who would use the media to push an ethnic narrative was Zik. That was in 1937. He was talking about how an Igbo man, excuse me,
They were all nationalists.
the first Igbo man to do this, the first Igbo man to do that. They were all nationalists. They were all Lagos, Ibadan, Yoruba people, Ijebu. The idea of now talking Igbo, it was strange to them. Now, Zik, by the way, was the first person who actually introduced tribalism into Nigerian political conversation. But for some reason, they like to say it was Awo, because again, if you have a culture that abhors the idea of accountability and responsibility, everybody else will be responsible for your own mess ups. Therefore, you don't grow. Even at an individual level, that's how it is. Anyway, Zik began to push Igbo agenda from 37, 38. By 38, it became very clear that no, this guy was serious about it. If anybody was traveling, when Jaja Wachuku was going to the US, Igbo man to sail. When something was happening, when it was one for Rizu, Igbo man to do this. So it became an Igbo thing. Although Nigerians were not used to that. By 1940, I'm doing a recap of what we discussed the other day, by the way. By 1940, it became clear that there's something really sinister about the whole thing that Zik was doing. And it became clear with a football match between two secondary schools. If you were here on Wednesday, I'm sure you remember that. There was, thank you on YouTube. I see your stuff, Mr. Adeogun. I'll check it later. There was St. Gregory's College in Lagos, and then there was Christ the King's College of Onitsha. They played the match. One team won. CKC team Onitsha won 5-4. And Azikiwe went to town saying that, that these young men, they had exceptionally developed brains. They were better. They had this, they had that. And so it became very, very ethnic, essentially. Now, I'm going to tell you what happened in 48. This started in 37. Now, when you think about it all the way back, you now wonder what caused that thing, and how would you make a person who did this, and he did not report when, he didn't report when CKC team lost to Olubadan 11 in Ibadan, 3-2. West African Pilot did not report that news, and when they reported it, it was 2 weeks after they had been, people have been clamoring for the news. They eventually put it in the back page, and then Zik and his people made an excuse, or gave an excuse for the loss, saying that the boys were tired traveling from Onitsha to Ibadan, but they were not tired traveling from Onitsha to Lagos. Quite interesting. So people began to notice something, but you see, I never really drew the connection until recently. Why that thing began for Zik in 37. It's going to make me read a lot of books. I'm not going to read anything on that. I'll just tell you what happened, and I'll tell you the sources. You see, in 1936, Igbo people started to have their own cultural organizations, Igbo unions. Everything ties together, so please stay with me. The first cultural organization in Nigeria was Ibibio State Union. They started in 1928. In 1936, the Igbo guys started having their own. So you had one in Lagos, and then you had one in Calabar. So they had unions. 37 was when Zik began to publish. And here's something interesting. When Zik returned in 37, it's in his book. I just want to open because of time. When Zik returned to Lagos in 1937, he said, this part, I think if I say it without reading it, it will sound somehow. So please give me a second. I'll say a lot with that reason. Times I've tried. Why am I always reading this thing so that we can know that it's not being made up? Okay. Just give me a second. When he returned to Chimo bookmark Kenisha. Umbo. I know what to do. If I don't find it quick enough, I just tell you the story. But I'll tell you where you find it. So at least that one I've tried. If I tell you where to find it, I've tried now. He was welcomed to Lagos by his own people, Igbo people. If you read the book, Second World War and Nigerian Politics, Second World War and Nigerian Politics, it talks about how Zik is seen as an idol amongst Igbo people. I mean, at the time at least, it was seen as an idol amongst Igbo people. So when he returned, a lot of them went to visit him. Sorry, a lot of them went to greet him and welcome him like, oh, you're back, you're in Lagos, you're back from Ghana and whatever travel. Zik was saying at the time that he expected that Lagosians, like, people will be there to welcome him. But he discovered that everybody that came were just mostly Igbo. But much later, some people came individually. So Zik had this thing of expecting people to come and welcome and celebrate him because it was supposed to be larger than life. Because that's how they see him in Igbo land. But here's the point I'm trying to get to. You see, when he arrived, the Igbos, was Zik popular before going to the USA? No, I don't think so. It was after he went now. It was that degree. The degree was actually the one that got everybody, talking about how great thou art, how great thou art. It was what got everybody talking about it, about his greatness. And then he was the first to actually go to school. He was one of the first to go to school. This man went to school in the 1920s. Zik went to school in the 1920s.
The first Kiniko in Igbo land, they came.
Let me not talk about it. If you know, the first Kiniko in Igbo land, they came a bit late. With all due respect, you had people in Yoruba land who had become this something in the 1800s and all of those things. So Zik went to school in the 1920s, but was one of the first set, if not the first, that actually went to school, especially in America. So that feat is what made people begin to respect him and say all those things they used to say about him. So the point I'm trying to make is this: if they respected him enough, I'm tempted, but let me just tell you what's there. They respected him enough to call him an idol and call him this and call him that. If you read, there's another book called The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society by E. Adele, and in that book, Zik went to church one day in the East, and they wrote, the pastor of a particular church wrote a hymn dedicated to Zik. They wrote a hymn like a chorus just for Zik, because that's how they saw him. It was great. It was wonderful. Now, being their idol, now finding himself in Lagos, maybe he thought, this is me trying to even explain something. Maybe he thought, please power tap on TikTok, this is training activity. Maybe he thought that he owed them that. He owed them visibility in the Nigerian space. So he was pushing them in our faces. He did this thing where, like we mentioned the other day, where if a Yoruba man committed a crime, they will write his name Bagada Bagada, like 2-column headline. The front page of West African Pilot. You will see it, you will write the person's name. If the person is not Yoruba, right, they will write the person's ethnic group there. Now, what I mean by that is that he's not Yoruba and he's not Igbo. So they'll write Edo, Urobo, Isoko, they'll write it there. If it's Igbo, they'll not report it. Because they're trying to brand themselves as a saintly people, incapable of hurting a fly. But you see, these Yoruba people, this is what they've done. These Yoruba people, this is what they've done. That's what was on the paper at the time. Now, that, yes, at the superior race, that went on for quite a while, and it began to affect the mindset of the average Yoruba person. This was all in the 1930s into the early 40s. Began to affect the mindset of the average Yoruba person. When you notice that the front page, you're always seeing Adekunle did something wrong. Olutayo did something wrong. We've never seen Chikwe. You've never seen Chinyere. You've never seen Chukudi. Like, that means that our own people. That's why you still see it amongst your people today, amongst our people today, when they say things like, no, see what this person has done. Like, have you really read the news beyond? You don't even know what's happening in the other place because you don't really care about it. By the time you read it, you discover that, man, it's not like, I mean, essentially nobody is perfect, which is actually what it is. Every ethnicity has, certain things. But if you cover your own, what happens is that you become worse. And that's why it's covered that when it comes to fakes, it comes from a particular part of Nigeria. Like, it's like a specialty. I saw one yesterday. It's actually quite scary. These guys went to China. I know where I am. These guys went to China and bought cheap TVs. I'm not making it up, but I have a video of this, I have the video. They went to China and ordered substandard televisions. Imported those televisions. This is all the we're doing business. Business, this is death, not business. Then made, of course, all those TVs will come with cartons, right? But they're generic. Generic means they have no name. China does that. If that's what you want, China gives you what you want. If you want the good one, you get it. If you want the Agbelero, you get it. So they made the generic TVs for them in cartons. You know what these people did? They got a printer, even the cheaper ones. I'm going to say screen printing. They go there and they were putting LG on everything. They put LG on the remote control, LG on the card, on the board, on the boxes, an LG logo, fix it on the television. And they sold the product as LG. Somebody said they saw the video. Another person said they saw the video. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. It's not only me. I'm not the only one who saw it. That is industrious. We are industrious. We did it. And I'll tell you why. It's not because any other group is saintly, like, oh, your Bible don't do anything bad. We do. Everybody can do something bad. But you see, if you create, may you not do things that will make your children curse you in the future. May God help you. And may you not just think of short-term, benefits when you make decisions. These guys were doing something like this way back in the 40s. I assure you, when I'm reading today, there are books about what was happening in southern Cameroon in the 1930s and 1940s. Where people were selling, Igbo people in that place were selling starch as M&B and chalk as M&B.
I'm not saying to say a particular thing is bad.
Anything to make money. I'm not saying this to say a particular ethnic group is bad. Here's the issue. The issue is not even what they are doing. Anybody can be bad. This is the issue. The issue is this. If you don't report the evil that your people do and you cover it, what you have done is that you have given them that igboya, the courage to continue doing it. Meanwhile, you're telling every other person that they are all wrong. So what that means basically, and this is a funny thing, while you are reporting their own excesses, they will begin to now talk to themselves like, Shawa Nikonya, we're the only ones in town. You are Yoruba people, every day you're on the cover, you have to stop this thing. They'll be trying to fix themselves. You whose crimes are going unreported or underreported, you continue to live like that. And that's why whatever people are complaining about, right, whether the television I just mentioned right now, or the fake drugs, or the drinks that people are drinking, do you know how it pains when you see 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds talking about dialysis? Oh, that 250 is not 250 kobo. Or 250 naira. It's fake. People drink it. They develop kidney problems. But the person has money. He's a billionaire with singlet. Today, I was watching an interview with Femi Fadeyi. It was one guy interview and he was talking about what happened to him. How they made a movie and he went to the north and found the poster. His film poster, and he called Remdel. Remdel base was in Akure. And he called Remdel, and Remdel, because Remdel was the sole distributor, and they told him that they're going to get the films into every part of Nigeria. I mean, everywhere. I think they even sold the films abroad anyway, but they're going to get those films not just in the southwest, going to get to the north. So it was seeing posters up north. 1 second, I have to quickly change the audio source. Just give me a second. You know what? I think I'm out. 1 second.
Just continue. So they went to the north and then they saw.
I just continue.
So they were ready. They printed about, according to him, about 100,000.
So they went to the north and then he saw it. So they were ready. They printed about, according to him, about 100,000. Thank you. About 100,000 copies of the movie. They were ready. Give me a second, please. Let me connect this thing. I might go off for a minute, before a second. It might be no. All right, we're back.
So you still hear me?
On board.
Can you hear me?
Please, can you still hear me? Can you hear me? Shame got me. Can you hear me? I just want to be sure. You can hear me. It's not clear. There's noise at the background. Okay, give me a second. Is it better? Is it better now? It's clear now. Okay. Let me just do something to make sure that it doesn't go off.
I know where I stopped.
So that if anything happens, I'll switch to the Bluetooth. I know where I stopped though.
Okay, people came up earlier.
What time is it? It's almost 9. Jesus is Lord. Okay, people came up earlier. People came up earlier, so it's understandable. All right, let's go on with this. So, they made about 100,000 copies getting ready to sell. And suddenly they discovered that it wasn't moving like they envisaged. Not 100 copies, or 100,000. I should let you run. I have to do other things, but let's continue. That it wasn't moving like they expected. But they discovered that there were parts that had not even gotten to people already buying the CDs there. He said at the time they were selling for 250 or so. And they started noticing that people would talk about, they saw the film, where did you get it? Got it here. How much? 150. You see, have you noticed that there are certain people in Nigeria, they will sell things to you below the cost price? Forget the selling price of their competitors. Below the cost price, they will sell it to you. Maybe they are washing the money. I mean, that's what happened. I mean, there's a video, another day we'll talk about it. How people wash money in this country. You know, there's some businesses that some people do. You go there, you buy things at ridiculous prices. This is not about Salamu, you just stay with me. At ridiculous prices. They could sell you a phone for 20,000 naira. It's not about the phone. You just want to be able to say that this is how the money came. People use clubs to do it. They use saying they are selling cars. All those things is just a cover. Okay. So they were selling this thing at 150 because, of course, they didn't have to pay anything to make the movie. This is a movie this is Igyaruwe, by the way. I'm sure you know the movie. Igyaruwe was quite popular by Femi Fadeyi. Eventually, they traced the marketers. They said they saw the Chinese making it. They also discovered that folks were also fighting over stuff like that in Alaba. They also had a place in Alaba where they were also manufacturing these things. That there was even a case where they were having a meeting in the market, and one person was fighting with the other marketer. One marketer was fighting with the other marketer because they took. I want to explain it because it doesn't make sense. So let me see where to make it make sense. Let me go like that. Imagine person A takes Funke Akindele's movie, because that's the movie the man was talking about in the interview. Takes Funke Akindele's movie. That's the one she released before Jennifer, the first one. Takes that movie to Alaba to mass produce it. So he's a pirate taking one copy and making like Kenny. Then person B, another marketer, a thief like him, then takes that stuff and mass produces it. Person A is now angry with person B that why on earth would he go and do that, because he was the one who brought the seed into the market. Thief is fighting the other thief for stealing what he already stole. Now that mindset of piracy, I mean, thank God for YouTube. Thank you. Thank God for YouTube. Thank God for the cinemas. That's why you discover that when that clown was shouting of him last week and saying the Yoruba people have taken over the film industry, what has happened is that structure is back in the industry. That's what has happened. In other words, just because you can pirate a CD and sell CD in 2025 now, or 2026, go and sell this DVD. Let me see who buy. All of us have DVD players at home. When was the last time you used it? Go and sell the CD. Go and sell the CD. Go and sell the DVD. Let's see how many people want to now do video club with you. So what you notice is that a person will make a movie with, let's say, 5 million naira. In other words, you've not even gotten your capital back, let alone profit. Or you have a pirate who has made about 12 million from that movie, and he's the one that knows how to do business. And then you have some Yoruba people saying that you have to copy this other group, they know how to do it. That's business. That's not business. That's stealing. And it's across different sectors. You see it in medicine, you see it in drinks, in clothing, in electronics, in film. Thank God for digital economy. Things are different now. I said all of that to say that whatever crime guys, from the east were doing in Lagos or in any part of Nigeria, West African pilots will ensure that they didn't report it. And so what that happens basically is that you're covering the errors of your own people, but amplifying the mistakes of others. So you see things and say, oh, Yoruba people did this and this, Edo people, but you not see the news about Igbo actually committing any crime. And that branding worked. So people aspire to be like that model ethnicity. You don't have any news of any crime because along the way you have a case, for instance, in 1948 in Cameroon. Again, I'm trying not to read. Where the Bakweri Native Authority began to push the Igbos out of their spaces, and some of the reasons they gave was fake products. 1948. Again, this is not to say that only one ethnic group does something bad. It's just that if that ethnic group covers stuff they do and amplify the mistakes of others, there's a high chance that the ones that are amplifying will be ashamed. And then that shame could actually make them to change. The one whose error is always covered and is never addressed. It's one thing to even cover it, but since there's nothing to be ashamed of, there's nothing to address. Since it's not addressed, it festers, it continues, it blossoms, becomes really huge, and then it becomes a problem across the world. And everybody's saying Nigerian passport is bad. If you ever insult Nigerian passport, I hope you know why Nigerian passport is the way it is. I hope you know there's no demonic attack on Nigerian passport. There are certain Nigerians are the ones who make Nigerian passport like this by being drug mules all around the world. I hope we know. We don't have to mention anything, but you get the point. People say, oh, Nigerian passport is bad, this country is killing, and they'll be cursing the country. You will destroy the country and curse the country for being destroyed. It's crazy. All right. By 1944, 44, the Igbos decided not to just have their unions separately. They wanted to come together and form something called Igbo Federation. I think I'm going to go back to this on Monday, by the way. I might go back to this on Monday. because it's important to read some of these things. And I say several times, I read these things because I don't want people to say he's just making things up. But every single thing I'm saying right now, I can, read them out for you. They said to have Igbo Federal Union, where all of them will come together and they can do things. In fact, they even plan to have an Igbo bank. This was in the 1944. They're going to have in a plan. Then they had something called Igbo National Caucus. And that was when they arched the plan to perpetually rule Nigeria. These are the people that call you tribalists too. The documents are there. This one I just mentioned, if you read the two things I just mentioned right now, read Second World War and Nigerian politics. What's the man's name? I'll find you the name. I won't read the book, but I'll find you the name. That's the only thing, because it's past 9 already. The other one about the plan to perpetually rule Nigeria, you find it in IUL collections on the Civil War. IUL collections on the Civil War. You find it also in The Educated Elites in Nigerian Society by E.A. Ayodele, and you find it in Just Before Dawn by Kolyomoto Shaw. I want to look for the name for the Second World War guy. Second World War and Politics in Nigeria, 1939 to 1953. G.O. Olusonya. We don't have some of these books on Telegram because some of them, they publish them again, but I'll read the relevant portion when the time is right, maybe on Monday. Second World War and Politics in Nigeria, 1939 to 1953, by G.O. Olusonya. That was the night. So all of this was happening in 1944. In 1944, the various Igbo unions throughout the country Sorry to myself because it's past 9. In 1944, the various Igbo unions throughout the country were organized into a pan-Igbo national organization, the Igbo Federal Union, whose declared objective was the raising of funds to build and maintain secondary schools throughout the Igbo area of the country. The union composed the national anthem and went as far as advocating the founding of a national bank of Igbo land. And in 1944, when the NCNC was formed, the Igbo Federal Union, with all its sub-tribal associations, became the strongest supporter of that organization because, as an Igbo scholar put it, Azikiwe was not only an Igbo, but an idol of the Igbos as a whole. So they moved into NCNC, which they eventually took over. Like they tried to do with LP, but it didn't work. But they really did, everything they did in LP was exactly what they did in NCNC. It was just that in that NCNC, they had people who thought we're all in this together until 1948. What happened in 48, we're going to talk about it on Monday. But the summary of, I know we have not finished what happened in 1951, by the way. So just say this is part 1. Part 2 is on Monday. The summary of what we've discussed so far is this. Number 1. When you hear that Altine was mayor of Enugu in 1951, it is true, but the idea that... Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Someone is saying audio on YouTube, on TikTok. Okay, you can hear me, good, that's fine. Altine was mayor of Enugu in 1951. It's true, but it's not unique. Azikiwe also won a seat in Lagos, and it was representing Lagos in Ibadan. So it was in Western region. This was not Lagos, the capital of Nigeria. This was in Western region. The part of Lagos that we're talking about was under Western region. Before we started having that capital that we're shouting, that capital proper was in 1954. This was 1951. So Zik won a seat. If we are such a tribalist group or tribalist bunch, how on earth would we have allowed him to become representative in Lagos in 1951? That's one. Number 2, yes, he won the elections, but he wanted to become the leader of business government. He wanted to become the Oga of the Western region. And we said no. And because of that, you saw the 2 books we read earlier, Rebirth of a Nation by Kingsley Bandewe and The Trouble with Nigeria by Chinua Achebe. Both of them said Awolowo was a tribalist. But when we went to read Azikiwe's book, I'm doing a summary of everything we talked about today. When we went to read Azikiwe's book, Azikiwe said that himself and his party were under the impression that they had won 43 seats out of the 80, but they only discovered that they won 23. And those 20 people, they expected them to win. But those people he was talking about, he mentioned them. He mentioned Akinloye, he mentioned Lanleyin, he mentioned Aboderi, he mentioned Adelabu. And he said those people were supposed to be part of them, or part of NCNC, but they didn't win. Only for us to now go and read a book by Olaiwola Abeguni. The book is titled The Political Philosophy of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And in that book, we went through history of what happened in 1951, and we discovered that those people were never in NCNC to begin with. And one of them, Chief Aboderi, explained what really happened, that they had won the seat on the platform of IPP, Ibadan People's Party, and that Zeke reached out to two of them, reached out to Akinloye and Adelabu, expecting that those two will convince the other four and they will now join NCNC. What I meant basically is, see, back in the day, you could either run on AG, NCNC, or any of the small parties. You could even be an independent candidate like Chief Adeola Odutola, who won in Ijebu-Ode and later declared for AG. So the point is that these people, the IPP was talking about, they won not under the people did not use the platform of NCNC. They used the IPP platform, and after winning, they decided to join to join AG. And since 1951 to 2026, the generations of people from the Southeast keep telling you that there was a cross-carpeting and they left NCNC. They did not leave NCNC because they were never in NCNC. Then we also talked about the fact that there were 5 people that won from Lagos, but there were 2 seats in the House of Representatives. We're going to continue from there on Monday, and that they could not decide amongst themselves who would represent them in NCNC. So the 5 people, including the Oga, the leader of the party, Zeke, all of them wanted the 2 seats and they were fighting over it. So somebody had to do something about it, and that was where AG came in. What AG did, we'll talk about on Monday. Also, I said that, yes, it is true that Yoruba people did not allow Zeke to become the leader of the region. And you will call us tribalists for doing that. And the only reason you're going to do that is because you're either ignorant or daft. I want to assume nobody here from the other side is daft, so I'll say that maybe you're ignorant. There's no way a person will do everything we've said he's been doing since 1937 up until 1951, and then he will come to you and tell you that he wants to become your leader in your region, and then we say, oh, thank you, come my savior, my messiah, come and lead us, Yoruba people. We have no sense amongst ourselves. We cannot raise somebody amongst ourselves. We need an external person who doesn't even like our people, who wants his own people to dominate our people in our own land. That's the person who wants to come and become our premier or our leader of government business. It takes a very daft group of people to expect that to happen in Yoruba land, and we are not daft, so we didn't want him. But what did he do from 37 to 51? Those 14 years, right? Especially from 38. Those 14 years, the things he did, or 13 years now, if you count from 38, let's say 37 was to just, they didn't notice, to be honest. They didn't really notice much in 37. It was 38 they began to really notice. So if you count from 38 to 51, you have 13 years of an insidious campaign from Zeke using his popular newspaper to push the supremacy of his ethnic group and to also show that other ethnic groups were less than him. So when we come on Monday, we're going to go back to discuss some of the things that happened in 37. Hopefully we're not going to have a lot of news. What happened in 37, 38, 39, 1940, 1940, 41, oh boy, this is long. 41, we have to jump to 44, 45, 49, no, 45, 48, 49, and the 1950. What I'm said right now about is more than a decade, right? It might take us a while, but why are we doing this? Not so that we can say, oh, Igbo people are bad. No. It's to try to tell you why you are not a tribalist as a Yoruba person. To help all of us understand the backstory. That what happened, number one, it wasn't even cross-carpeting, but even if it was the right thing to do. And to also ensure that, number one, understand the backstory so that you understand why they did what they did. And to also ensure that if something like that happens again, like it's about to happen in 2027, you will do exactly what your fathers did. You must. And the reason is not because of hate. Because if you hated them, you would not have even voted them in 51. And you wouldn't vote people in the last election. We still had Igbos representing Lagos in this Fourth Republic up until like 2020. It was 23 or 2018 that Tony Nwulu, it was 2023 that Tony Nwulu wanted to become the Igbo state governor. Was it 23 or 20 or 19? One of those years. So recently we still had an Igbo president. So that's not the problem. The problem is just that if you have a group of people who are bent on putting your people down and dominating you in your own land, it would be stupid of you to say you want to do one Nigeria and open your doors for such folks. It's not because you hate them, it's because you love yourselves. So if you have been feeling bad that you've been called a tribalist and now I've been called a tribalist, we have to understand why that happened so that we can put it in proper perspective. And that way we can have a better Nigeria. People need to know their limits and what Papa did to send Zeke back whence he came is what you also have to do. Not again, I have to say this again, I know I'm repeating it. I'm sounding like a broken record, but it's important. This is not because you hate any other group, it's because you love yourself. This afternoon I watched a video, a man, I traveled from the UK, and they were burying another man. And he said, this one you are seen in the grave. This Ojo burial, interment. So this person you are seeing in the grave is dead, or is where he is right now because he cared for all of you. Because he loved his people. He loved you. He was always thinking about you. He didn't want to disappoint you, but he didn't love himself. He's always working in the UK, always working, always doing this, always doing that, always thinking of you, but he did not think of himself. And that got him where he was. Don't go and commit suicide because you're trying to prove that you are something to anybody. You saw the video to Oteti Dabao. Go and be proving. Jesus said, love your neighbor as yourself. Love yourself, then you love your neighbors. The way you love yourself. But if you don't love yourself, what's your framework? What's your point of reference? So we're going to continue this on Monday. I'll add some things to it. It's going to be a very long conversation, so we may not finish on Monday. But it's important for us to go back to this so that we'll call you tribalist after listening to this series. You will say, thank you very much for calling me that. I love you, but I love myself enough to not die because of you, especially because you're not even worth it. Why do I say you're not worth it? Because for you, your goal is to destroy these people, or to not even destroy, to just dominate them. And there are records for the domination plan, by the way, records for days, different decades. So let's be careful. Thank you very much for listening to that long stuff. We'll continue on Monday at 4 p.m. if it's time West African time. So please join us on Monday. But we're going to have some people, maybe not everybody, but please make it very short. It's 9:16. I want to be out of here in 10 minutes. Well, I want you to be done in 10 minutes. They'll play the anthem and go. I plan to leave here at 8. It is well the way I stay long on this platform, but we thank God for His grace. All right, let's bring people up, but we're going to make it very, very brief. Okay? If you have not sent requests, please don't bother, please. Then just use, we have 4 people. So if you do 2 minutes, that'll be 8. Thank you for your understanding. If you go too long, I'll have to tell you to stop. It might be no. Please mute when you get to please. Thank you, Agility. Thank you, Comrade Dolalekon. Yes, 4 p.m. if a time, West African time. Thank you. All right, very quickly, let's have CEO, and then we'll go to Victor. Evening, CEO.
Okay, I guess not. Mr. Gutschwali.
Hello, CEO, are you there?
You have to go, that's fine.
Okay, I guess not. Mr. Gutschwali, Victor Gutschwali, you have to drop, that's fine. Gutschwali, are you there? Okay, Sida, thank you very much for not talking. God bless you. See, God is good. In everything, give thanks. All right. I want to thank everybody that has made this session a success. Thanks to you guys who part-tapped and shared and liked across all platforms, whether on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch, and right here on TikTok. Thank you very much for your support. I saw the gifts earlier and I acknowledged them, but let me just say it again. I want to thank everybody who also gave gifts. All the roses, the hearts, the fire gun, money gone. Money gone. And there's one heart, something. Nice stuff. Thank you for your generosity. If you'd like to support us, please reach out to me on Telegram at Busui Oris. We usually put out our account details, but we're already late now. But I want to thank you very much for your support. And I think there's something else I should have done I didn't do earlier. Just remember, I need to read some things on YouTube and also Facebook. I want to make sure that everybody feels it's easier to read YouTube, TikTok, because I'm looking at it right here. But it's important to also read other guys so that they also know that we're all in this together. So let's start with Facebook. Someone says, I'm not the one that will read this one. People are always talking about Obasanjo coming from Monitor. I hear this thing a lot, but I don't know I don't have proof, so I can't really get into it. So, but thank you very much for that. It is well. Someone said the person seems to miss it all because he was privileged. Is Baba Obasanjo. This is Akini Yoseni on Facebook. My beloved brother, in fact, it is like some individuals think business of governance is buying of yams and turning to yam flour. The person who seems to miss it all because he was privileged is Baba Obasanjo, despite the fact that he listens to all. The things that you guys are writing, I can't read though. That's very. Thank you very much for the gift, OH Kitchen. I can't read these things. They're too heavy. Please, but thank you for your comments. Just read here on YouTube very quickly. Self-motivation says, I was about to comment this. You want to lead the people you fought against and even destroy their political party they brought you to join. We'll discuss deeper on Monday. That's the funny thing. I'm a tribalist for rejecting you when I know that you don't even like me. I'd rather be that tribalist. OH Kitchen, thank you so much for the money gun. I really appreciate it. Tunade Ogun says, Ugo Chinyere made a video today on TVC News about River State politics and some politics. Okay, I'll read that. I'll check that later. MDA says it's also a dubious way of sidelining other people from competing with them. Okay, that probably is talking about the fake stuff. That's why. You see, if the fake stuff is talking about, imagine you go to China and you buy a TV. I mean, you buy the cheapest TV, but you buy like 100. So number one is cheap. Number two, you are buying in bulk. So it's going to be even cheaper. So let's say normal TV costs about 1,000 naira. This generic low quality TV costs about 100 naira. Now you buy in bulk. So you might get at 90 or 85 naira. By the time you get home, all you have to do is to spend on printing. You're spending on printing. By the time you spend on printing on each of them, maybe you spend extra 5 or 10 naira. Let's say 15 naira. And importation, in fact, with your importation, with your logo, with the printing and everything, let's say everything comes to like 150 naira. You call it LG. Original LG costs 1,000. You can sell your own for 300. The person that bought it for 1,000 cannot. The person that sold his own at 1,000, maybe he got it. Maybe his final price was 900. Even if you sell your own let's say you sell your own at 500 naira, everything will finish at 150. The person where they shout, I get real product is selling 1,000 naira. Maybe the profit that person is making is just 150 naira or 100 naira. You are selling at 500 naira, but you are making 350 naira profit. But you are selling fake.
He's now wondering, how come
the one who is selling at 1,000 naira, you go to his shop, there's AC. He's now wondering, how come as if you are comparing yourself with another person because in your mind you are all selling the same product. The person he has spoiled the market. That's what you call person is very smart in business. It is well. Let's move on very quickly. Someone says that's criminality. Yes, it is. Akadol says streaming and cinema saved our artists from Eastern piracy cabals. That's true. The Yoruba, particularly film industry, was suffering on two fronts. Number one, they had issues with some people amongst them. They called them, according to some of them, not all of them. Some people say they have marketing issues, people that did not give them their money back. But even those who were getting their money back, they still had the issue with piracy. You know when piracy became worse? It was when you spend your money to make a whole movie. Some clown will not take that movie and 3 other movies, put them together in one DVD and sell it for 200 naira. And human beings being who we are, which one is cheaper? TV is just to watch. A whole movie, they now call it compilation. I don't know. Human beings are desperate. I mean, Bible says the heart of man is desperately wicked. A few more things. Feed Additive says your conclusions today are awesome, by the way. Oh, it did not awesome last week. But thank you very much. I don't know if that's a comment or a backhanded comment, but thank you. All right. It's been a wonderful session today. We're going to continue from here on Monday. And please, all these things again, we're not sharing these things because one group is hated or anything. We're just trying to explain to us. OH Kitchen, thank you so much for the gift. We're just trying to, you know what? Something tells me I should probably put on the account details because we usually do this. Well, I mean, we're almost ending anyway, so might as well put it up. We're not doing this because any group is hated or like there's a particular beef. I don't have any beef. I think everybody is blessed of God, and I wish everybody the best. But I think that as we get ready for this next election, we need to begin to understand what happened in the past so that we can respond appropriately. Love everybody. Have a good heart towards everybody. Hate no one, right? Have no malice to anyone, towards anyone. But learn to protect your space, right? Learn to guard your space. In love, but fiercely. Fiercely. If you're a parent and you have your home, you don't open your house, your door because I'm just free to everybody. You protect your family. Yoruba land is the only place we have. We protect the place. We welcome everybody, but it's our own. If you go to Dubai, it's their own. They protect it. That's why none of us can ever become a citizen of Dubai, of UAE, as it is presently. We can't. They don't even give us residence. So protect it and love everyone, but everybody should know their place. Thank you very much for listening to today's session. We're gonna listen to the anthems now, then we'll make our way home. If you'd like to support what we're doing, please use the bank details on the screen. It will be much appreciated. Although it says, thanks to streaming Nigerian movies online, Netflix, our Yoruba actors can now make money. Yes. Look at them, especially the younger ones. Well, when I say younger ones, I don't mean like, I'm saying even the 40, 50-year-olds. Compare that to what used to happen in the 1990s, in the early 2000s, the last 20 years. It's getting better. I hope it gets even, better. And may God bless everybody in Nigeria, particularly our own family. Even the Bible says that if you want to help, you help those of the household of faith. It says you go to all men, especially those of the household of faith. In other words, your own tribe. By tribe, I don't mean Yoruba. I'm saying your own group of people. All right. Okay. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. I'm seeing comments in the comment section, so I'm tempted to wait, but it's 9:26 now, so we might as well have the anthems. Okay. Someone says, all the pirates, all the pirates, I don't want to read that part. All the pirate thieves have run out of business. It's the truth. That's why you have that anger. They've taken away Netflix. Nobody has taken away anything. And I didn't say something in that video that I responded to because I was more interested in the Yamiri nonsense she was saying. But Netflix did not leave Nigeria. Netflix is still in Nigeria. It's just that they are no longer funding films. They're not commissioning movies. So if you make your movies, you can bring it to them. They will show it. You have your agreement, then you get paid. The only difference, the other topic. The only thing that has changed between Netflix and Nigeria, the arrangement that they had is that they no longer commission movies in Nigeria. So you make your movies, there's a standard. There's a type of camera you must use if you're doing Netflix movies. There's a standard. If you do it well, you can bring it to them. You can even talk to them before you make it or whatever. There's a way to do it. It's industry talk. But the point is that Netflix is still in Nigeria. It's just that they are no longer commissioning movies. So all these cries. And the reason people cannot compete is not even about money. It's structure. It's structure. And it's deep. But let's leave it now, for now. Let's have the national anthem and the Nigerian anthem. Thank you very much for being here. Please sing along if you know the lyrics. If you don't, kindly learn. It's important. Thanks.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land.
Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀ ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ní wọ́kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́, Nàìjíríà náà ò ní bàjẹ́, ilé wa, ọ̀nà wa kò ní bàjẹ́. Ọdún àyàbò fún wa o. It's already the 9th day of January 2025, so we're on day 9 now. This month will be good for all of us and we'll make progress in Jesus' name. And this year will be a great year. All the plans you have, you surpass your dreams and your goals for the year by the grace of God in Jesus' name. Thanks for being part of today's session. We'll continue on Monday and I'm sure you're going to have a great time. We have so much to cover. We're going to learn together. Thanks a lot. Have a wonderful weekend and blessings to you and yours. And thank you, OH Kitchen. I saw you earlier. I really do appreciate all the gifts. And Olori and it was Prof. He has left, Professor Remy. And everyone, I may not remember your name now, but I thank you, Ari Agility, everybody, and your faith to marry. Everyone who tapped, if you liked and you shared, and everything you did, I really do appreciate it. May God bless you and keep you. All right, see you on Monday, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Odaro. Okay. Oh dear, this is...
All right, ciao.
Okay, it's good.